Chapter 31-39. When did I fool around outside? Yang Kai felt guilty, and his words were not firm. No, although he did fool around and confessed to Dong Suju and Su Yan. How could Shanqing Luo know? She must be tricking me. No matter what she says later, I won't admit it even if I'm beaten to death. Shanqing Luo sneered and looked down at Lu Yan. You even have a child, and you still dare to say that you didn't fool around? Her face suddenly became gentle, and she squatted down and asked, Little sister, what is your mother's name? Yang Kai laughed and reached out to touch Lu Yan's head. Ask her. He suddenly understood why Shanqing Luo was so strange when they met. It turned out that she was jealous because he brought back a daughter. But then again, if he hadn't been there when Lu Yan broke out of her shell, Yang Kai wouldn't have dared to recognize her, let alone Shanqing Luo, who hadn't seen Lu Yan for decades. It was inevitable that there would be misunderstandings. After all, the changes were too big. Tell her yourself who you are. Yang Kai looked at Lu Yan with a smile. Lu Yan's eyelashes fluttered, and she looked timid. She grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and slowly hid behind him, whispering, Father, I don't want to be here. This aunt is so strange. The smile on Yang Kai's face immediately became stiff, and he stared at Lu Yan with wide eyes. He suddenly felt like he was stabbed in the back by his own people. Ha 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 ha. Shanqing Luo sneered, slowly got up, and looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. What else do you have to say? What the hell? Yang Kai was furious, and he reached out to straighten Lu Yan's body, and stared at her with a serious face. How can you do this? I've been good to you all these years. Why do you hurt me like this? Lu Yan was about to cry. Father, you hurt me. Enough! Shanqing Luo shouted, and pulled Lu Yan behind her. She stared at Yang Kai and said, You even bullied a child. Is this how you're a father? Yang Kai suddenly felt that he couldn't explain it clearly, so he went up and hugged her. Luo, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. What is there to explain? Shanqing Luo coldly and pushed him away. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. From now on, we're husband and wife. Don't come find me again. Yang Kai felt like he was struck by lightning. His body shook, and the blood drained from his face. Lu Yan stood beside Shanqing Luo, and stuck out her tongue. It seemed that the game was over. However, Bilyua looked excited. If this was really the case, she might have a chance. Although it was immoral to take advantage of the situation, it was also for the Queen Master to get rid of the Sea of Bitterness as soon as possible. If she didn't go to hell, who would? Luo, do you really want to do this? Yang Kai looked at her with a serious face. Shanqing Luo's eyes flashed with a trace of mischief, but she firmly nodded. I've made up my mind. Yang Kai turned his head, and with a face full of vicissitudes he pondered for a while and sighed. Well, I once whipped a famous horse when I was drunk. I don't want to hurt a beauty. Luo, take care of yourself. Shanqing Luo's heart jumped, and she hurriedly said, Where are you going? Yang Kai jumped on the windowsill, waved his hand, and rushed into the night, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hey, you come back. Shanqing Luo was shocked. She never thought that Yang Kai would really leave. Why did he leave? She was just angry that he had been gone for so many years, and made a joke. But this stinky man was so decisive. He didn't even know how to coax her. She rushed to the window and shouted, You come back, you come back. The night was silent, and there was no response. Shanqing Luo's body went limp on the ground. Her eyes were red, and her mouth was still murmuring, You come back, you heartless thing. A broad chest approached her from behind, sticking close to her delicate body. A pair of big hands wrapped around her waist, gently hugging her, and a vigorous breath by her ear. I lied to you. Shanqing Luo turned around and tears fell like rain. A pair of small fists pounded on Yang Kai's chest, but they were soft and powerless. Instead of saying that she was venting, it was more like she was acting spoiled. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, and didn't move. After pounding for a while, Shanqing Luo suddenly reached out, and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck, and raised her head to send her red lips to his. Oh! Yang Kai suddenly had difficulty breathing. He felt the body in his arms was as passionate as fire, and a pink snake-like spirit entered his mouth, acting recklessly and unscrupulously. Yang Kai couldn't show weakness. He caught and played with Shanqing Luo's soft body even more powerless, and her whole body went limp in Yang Kai's arms. After a long time, their lips parted, and a trace of saliva remained. Shanqing Luo's charming eyes were like silk, and her whole body was like a blooming flower, blooming with a strange brilliance. Only then did she remember something, and said with a red face, "Your daughter." Just now, in a moment of passion, she had forgotten that there was a little girl beside her. Even if she was bold and reckless, and was extremely open about the matters between men and women, she still felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. "She's gone out." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Viluo and Lu Yen had already seen that the situation was bad, and had run away. At this moment, only the two of them were left in this wing room, and dry firewood was burning. Shanqing Luo looked over, and found that it was true. The little girl from before had long disappeared, and even Viluo was nowhere to be found. Her last trace of concern disappeared. She held Yang Kai's cheeks with both hands, and looked at him seriously. Her eyes were full of tenderness, but her mouth said, "Damn you, you have no conscience. I was just joking with you, and you're actually willing to hurt me like this." Yang Kai reached out and stroked her hair by her ear, and his eyes were also full of tenderness, as if he wanted to swallow the person in front of him into his eyes, and make up for the decades of lovesickness. He said in a gentle voice, "I was wrong." Shanqing Luo said, "If you're wrong, you'll be punished." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Then I wonder how Luo is going to punish this husband." Shanqing Luo raised her hand and pressed it against Yang Kai's chest before looking up at him and giggling. "I hope husband can survive and not die too early." As soon as her voice fell, she sent out a burst of Saint Chi from her palm and sent Yang Kai flying. She was now a third-order origin king, and could freely control her strength, so this palm strike did not cause any harm to Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai put his hands behind his head and slammed straight into the wall, but as if he did not feel anything, he just stared at Shanqing Luo with a smile, wondering what kind of trick she was up to. Shanqing Luo slowly got up, opened her mouth, and spat out a burst of Saint Chi that flew behind Yang Kai, transforming into a giant spider web that hung diagonally mid-air. Yang Kai slammed into this web, and felt a strong adhesive force from behind him. He struggled slightly, but was unable to break free, instead sinking deeper and deeper until even his hands were stuck to this web. Unexpectedly, "This game is so exciting." Yang Kai gulped as his blood boiled without warning. His eyes flashed like fire as he stared at Shanqing Luo, as if he wanted to burn her clothes to ashes. "Ha ha ha ha." Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and giggled, her voice so soft and enchanting that it made Yang Kai's bones go soft. Raising her hand, the doors and windows clattered shut as she walked towards Yang Kai at a leisurely pace. As she walked, the clothes on her body began to fall off, gradually exposing her white and plump figure to the air. Her skin was as white as jade, and seemed to be so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her chest was high and swayed with every step she took. Her two cherry-like red eyes were like two vortexes that swallowed up Yang Kai's line of sight. There was not the slightest bit of fat on her flat and smooth lower abdomen, slender and fair, causing ripples in one's heart and soul. Her bare feet were small and delicate. One could play with them for an entire day and night. Yang Kai's mouth went dry as he called out bitterly, "Wanton! Slut! What do you want to do?" Shanqing Luo stepped onto the spider web, the infinite scenery between her legs looming as she looked down at Yang Kai from above, like a god patrolling her territory, lightly saying, "What do you think?" Sticking out her scarlet tongue and licking her lips, she added a different kind of temptation. "I really can't stand her like this." Fortunately, he had messed around with Su Yin a few days ago. Otherwise, Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't break free and push her to the ground. Unlike Su Yin, Shanqing Luo had always been so open in bed, bringing Yang Kai pleasure that others couldn't even dream of. But this was the first time they had played so intensely. It seemed that the several decades of separation had not been without its benefits. At the very least, it had freed some of the shackles in their hearts. Shanqing Luo lifted her foot and gently slid it down Yang Kai's collar. Yang Kai's clothes burst open, revealing his well-dressed body. Shanqing Luo licked her red lips, her eyes cold and noble. I wonder who has taken advantage of this body for so many years. Yang Kai resolutely said. There is no such thing. Even if there was, he couldn't admit it, at least not now. Shanqing Luo suddenly waved her hand, shattering Yang Kai's clothes, angrily saying, You still dare to quibble? If I don't let you taste some bitterness today, I'm afraid you'll forget my strength. Yang Kai grinned and said, Then I ask Luo to hurry up and let me taste some bitterness. Your husband can't wait. Shanqing Luo sat on top of him, leaning down and licking Yang Kai's earlobe, breathing out like orchids. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you? Yang Kai said, I heard that there is a kind of poisonous widow among spiders. After sex they will eat the male. Luo, do you want to be a poisonous widow? Not necessarily. Yang Kai lifted his body, and without warning, he rammed into Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo immediately straightened her upper body, her hair flying as she let out a mournful cry, but her face was full of joy. Smelly thing, you didn't even greet me, ah. Yang Kai said, You're going to eat me, why would I greet you? Let's see who will surrender today. Luo, don't be defeated too quickly. Shanqing Luo gritted her teeth, her body moving up and down with Yang Kai's movements, intermittently saying, You are dead. I will never let you have an easy time. Her towering breasts were undulating. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed them, fiercely kneading them. Shanqing Luo's brows were tightly knitted, her cries were getting louder and louder, and the huge spider web was swaying unsteadily. The room was filled with endless spring scenery, and soon a strange atmosphere filled the air. Chapter 3140. In another room, decorated with strange stones, the light was soft. Biluo held her cheeks with both hands, a sad expression on her face. He's back. That guy actually came back. And as soon as he came back, he made the Queen Master cry. How infuriating. Now that he's back, I'm afraid I won't have any chance in the future. But why don't I feel jealous at all? Instead, I feel happy for the Queen Master, and even, I feel a little bit of anticipation. Biluo shook her head and discarded the wild thoughts in her mind. Only then did she return to her senses, and she recalled that she'd brought a little guest back with her. Turning his head, he saw the little girl sitting on the other side of the table motionless. She was so quiet that it didn't seem right. Her clear black and white eyes were clear, like a clear spring. He didn't know what she was looking at, her eyes were unfocused. What an exquisite child. She wondered who that man had given birth to her with. He was really good at giving birth. Feeling embarrassed to leave her out, Biluo squeezed out a smile, and rummaged through her space ring for a while before finding some berry-like things, and placing them in front of her. Try it, it's very sweet. Lu Yin lowered her head to look at the spirit fruit, then looked up at her, and said seriously, I'm not a child. Biluo chuckled and reached out to pat her head. A child will always be a child, why don't you admit it? Lu Yin shook her hand away in annoyance and said angrily, If you keep acting like this, I won't be so polite to you. Although she tried her best to make an angry expression, her figure at such a young age, coupled with her delicate face, was even more irresistible. Biluo said, You're young, but your temper is quite big. Okay, I won't touch you. Lu Yin moved her body and sat behind the chair, her whole body almost sinking into it. Biluo tried to find a topic to talk about. Is your father good to you? He's not my father. Hey, didn't you just call him father? Why are you going back on your words in the blink of an eye? Oh, I understand now. You must be feeling indignant for your mother. You are indeed a little mischievous. However, this is useless. Your father has several women. The Queen Master is just one of them. Suddenly, he felt that it was ridiculous to discuss this topic with a little girl. He quickly stopped the topic. How old are you this year? What's your name? Where is your mother? How did your parents know each other? The woman's heart for gossip was burning fiercely. She comforted herself by telling herself that she was helping the Master Queen to gather information about the enemy, so that she could know herself and know her enemy. Lu Yin slowly turned his head and stared at her quietly. Biluo asked, Is there something on my face? You're so annoying. Can you shut up? Biluo blinked. He was actually reprimanded by a little girl. She couldn't believe her ears, and her face immediately turned red. You are restless. Do you want to know what they are doing? Lu Yan asked. Of course not. Biluo's face turned even redder, as if she had been exposed. Lu Yan's ears twitched. He listened carefully and then said, Oh, it's very intense. Your Queen Master Queen is indeed very relaxed. This posture is very interesting. You. Biluo jumped up from the chair and looked at Lu Yan as if she had seen a ghost. Her beautiful eyes were wide and round. Was this still something a child should say? She could guess what those two people were doing in the side room, even if she used her toes to think. She actually assumed a posture of eavesdropping, and even said what posture. Even if a little mischievous person was a little mischievous. Biluo felt that her moral bottom line had been greatly impacted, and was showing signs of collapse. Lu Yan stretched out his hands and grabbed in the air. What are you doing now? Biluo asked suspiciously. Lu Yan said, He caught your Queen Master Queen like this, and now your Queen Master Queen is like this. As she spoke, her little head swayed and her beautiful hair fluttered. Biluo suddenly opened her mouth wide, as if someone had cast a spell on her, and she was frozen in place. Did she have to describe it so vividly? It was as if she had seen it with her own eyes. After hearing what she said, Biluo could even imagine the scene in the side room. However, when she described it, she was so serious and serious, which added a sense of strangeness. Involuntarily, Biluo felt a chill all over her body. This child is a little too strange. Does she know about Yongkai? Or is there a prehistoric monster hidden in her small body? How could there be such a child in this world? Suddenly, he recovered and pursed his lips into a smile. What are you talking about? He was almost frightened by her. The Queen Master's side room was covered with layers of barriers, and even he, a first-order origin king, could not pry into it, so how could a little girl do that? If you don't believe me, then forget it. Lu Yan was no longer in the mood to describe and simply lay back in her chair, her two small hands folded on her stomach, her two fingers twirling in circles in boredom. After what happened just now, Biluo did not dare to talk to this child casually, for fear that she would suddenly say something shocking and frighten him. Hey! Lu Yan suddenly spoke. Are you calling me? Biluo turned to look at her. Is there anyone else in the room? Lu Yan looked at him in surprise, as if to say, Are you an idiot? Biluo took a deep breath, and almost could not hold back the urge to rush up and strangle her. How could such a beautiful little girl speak so infuriatingly? Although it was said that one could not judge a book by its cover, this contrast was too great. Forcing a smile, he tried to calm down and said, My name is Biluo. You can call me Aunt Biluo, or Elder Sister Biluo. I know your name. You don't need to say that to me. Endure. After all, she was Yongkai's daughter. If he really strangled her to death, it would be difficult to explain to Yongkai and the Queen Master. Do you want to sleep? You can sleep here. Lu Yan raised a finger and shook it. Don't speculate about other people's thoughts. What the hell do you want to do? His previous good impression of this little girl was completely gone. This beautiful and clean skin was definitely hiding a demon. Sure enough, dragons gave birth to dragons, phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse knew how to dig holes. Since she was Yongkai's daughter, how could she be good? Tell me about the situation on your side. Situation? Biluo looked at her in surprise. What situation? Lu Yan said. Your formation here is wide open and heavily guarded. Obviously you are guarding against some enemy. Tell me about your enemy. Why are you asking this? Biluo was really helpless. She was worrying too much. Just tell me. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Yan stared at her. Okay. Biluo put her hand to her forehead and looked helpless. The night was long and she had no mood to sleep, so she just chatted to relieve boredom. So she began to talk about the situation on Monster Star. It was just a casual remark, but to her surprise, Lu Yan listened very seriously. Biluo snickered in his heart. I've said so much, but do you really understand? Why are you putting on such a serious look? After an hour, Biluo poured a glass of water to moisten her throat. After talking for so long, her mouth was dry. Lu Yan tapped the back of her chair with her small hand and said, So, the situation on Monster Star is not optimistic. The monster race forces have basically been wiped out, And only your Red Moon territory is left? Although there are still some hiding in the dark, it's more or less the same. Billyu sighed. In fact, there were many masters on Monster Star. Each of the 10 tribal lords was an Origin King Realm master, and was an extremely powerful monster beast. Several of them even had the bloodline of ancient mutant beasts, so they didn't lack Myriad Beast Villa. However, the monster race's people were not united, and the Myriad Beast Villa's secret arts and secret techniques had the ability to restrain the monster race, so their situation was quite miserable. Another reason for this was the resistance of the human race. For so many years, the human race had been oppressed on Monster Star, so when the Myriad Beast Villa suddenly arrived, the human race naturally celebrated. Without the Myriad Beast Villa needing to do anything, most of the human race on Monster Star had already defected to it. Even the human race in Red Moon territory was no exception, not to mention the human race in the other tribal lords' territories. Although these human race defectors were not too strong, they had a lot of people, and they had lived on Monster Star for generations, so they had a lot of information that the Myriad Beast Villa urgently needed. With both strength and information, how could the Myriad Beast Villa not win one battle after another? 7 of the 10 tribal lords have been crippled, killed, or subdued. In the entire Monster Star, only the Red Moon territory was left. Once the Myriad Beast Villa had accumulated enough strength, they would invade on a large scale. Billyu said angrily, "That Myriad Beast Villa's old master is too shameless." He sent a message before, saying that if the Queen Master submitted to him, he would let the Red Moon territory go, and let the Queen Master continue to manage the Red Moon territory. What wishful thinking! Old Lion? Billyu said. The Villa Master of the Myriad Beast Villa seems to have the bloodline of a lion-type monster beast. Or maybe he has refined some monster beast source, so his strength is not low. Shanqing Luo had fought with him before, but she couldn't do anything to him, mainly because that old bastard had the help of his pet beasts when he fought. Shanqing Luo fought against many alone, so even if she had good means, she couldn't do anything to him. Since the situation here is dangerous, why don't you leave? Why are you still here foolishly? Billyu said angrily. What do you know? This is the territory passed down by the Queen Master's adoptive mother. How can the Queen Master abandon it until the last moment? I'm afraid it will be too late at the last moment. Billyu said. The Queen Master has a way to escape. Shanqing Luo was already a third-order Origin King, so even if she couldn't defeat the Myriad Beast Villa, it shouldn't be a problem for her to escape. Hearing this, Lu Yan was silent for a while, then suddenly jumped down from the chair and said, "Come with me." Where are we going? The Myriad Beast Villa. Billyu was shocked. Are you crazy? What is this little girl doing? She actually wants to go to the Myriad Beast Villa? That place is now a tiger's den. How can I just go there? Are you going or not? Lu Yan looked at her. No, Billyu said decisively. Lu Yan turned around, put her hands on the chair, and tried to stick up her little butt, shaking her head, and her black hair fluttering in the wind. What are you doing? Lu Yan turned her head and made a seductive look. Your Queen Master is like this now. Chapter 3141. The 10,000 Beasts Mansion is right in front of us. Billyu and Lu Yan stood side by side on a high mountain and pointed to the brightly lit area below. This place used to be Wild Lion Territory's tribal lord's mansion, but since the invasion of Myriad Beast Villa, more than a decade ago, Wild Lion Tribal Lord, one of the 10 great tribal lords, was the first to defect and surrender to Myriad Beast Villa. Since then, Myriad Beast Villa had made this place their headquarters on Monster Emperor Star. This place was not too far from the Red Moon territory, and with Billyu's cultivation, it only took her an hour to reach this place. As the cold wind blew, Billyu was filled with regret. Why did she bring her here? This was not a safe place, and if they were discovered by the people of the 10,000 Beasts Mansion, there would be no way for them to survive. However, she really could not stand the little girl beside her imitating the various postures of the Queen Master in front of her, so she brought her here in anger. Lu Yan stood beside her, her eyes fixed on the largest building below. With just a sweep of her divine sense, She understood the situation clearly. Have you seen enough? Biluo lowered her head and asked. If you've seen enough, then come back with me. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to the two master. Shaking her head, she could not help but laugh. This little girl was mischievous, and she did not know what she wanted to see in the 10,000 Beasts mansion. Turning around and flying away, her expression changed greatly. Looking back, Lu Yan did not follow her. Instead, her small body jumped off the mountain and flew straight to the 10,000 Beasts mansion. What are you doing? Biluo shouted in horror and turned to chase after her. She was actually unable to catch up. This place was already considered the heart of the enemy's territory, so she didn't dare to use too much power to avoid being detected. That little girl clearly didn't seem to be flying very fast, but she just kept eating dust behind her. Come back quickly, you're courting death. Biluo gritted her teeth and cursed. Lu Yan ignored her. This attitude of disregarding him made Biluo feel a little annoyed, and he involuntarily pushed his Saint Chi even more, increasing his speed significantly as the distance between the two rapidly closed. After a while, she grabbed Lu Yan's arm and pulled her to a stop. She fiercely scolded. You little girl, why are you so disobedient? Do you need to be spanked? Lu Yan looked up at her quietly. You're glaring at me? Let's go. Lu Yan shook his head slowly. It's too late. Biluo's face suddenly turned pale as a powerful wave of divine sense gushed out from the flickering light and enveloped her. He cursed in his heart. Just now, when he was chasing this little girl, he must have accidentally exposed his aura. This time, he was going to be killed by her. You can't accomplish anything, but you're good at spoiling things. Lu Yan curled his lips. She wanted to directly launch a sneak attack and destroy the 10,000 Beasts mansion, but now that she had alerted the enemy, she was afraid it would take some effort. However, it did not matter much. Who are you talking about? Biluo could not believe her ears. At this time, you still dare to scold me? Do you know that I am implicated because of you? Ha ha ha, a guest has come to visit. Why don't you come in and have a chat? A loud and clear voice suddenly sounded out. The voice was like rolling thunder, and the aura was deep and serene. When Biluo heard it, her mind couldn't help but tremble, and she even staggered slightly. The cultivation of the person who spoke was definitely much higher than her, and it was very likely that he was the villa master of the Myriad Beasts villa. What she did not notice was that Lu Yan was not affected by this voice at all, as if a cool breeze had just brushed past her face. After gritting her teeth and struggling for a moment, Biluo said bitterly, This time, I'm really going to die because of you. More than a dozen powerful divine senses were locked onto her, but she knew that as soon as she showed the slightest sign of wanting to escape, she would be seriously injured in the next instant. Now, she could only take one step at a time and think of a way to get out quickly. Otherwise, she was afraid she would not be able to leave this place alive today. Thinking quickly, she took a deep breath and hid the fear on her face and heart. Smiling slightly, she tried to calm down and said, Then, this mistress will disturb you. Reaching out and grabbing Lu Yan's little hand, Yang Kai walked towards the source of the voice and quietly sent her a message. Once we're inside, don't say anything, just follow my lead. After a pause he added, If a fight really breaks out, find an opportunity to escape. Shaking his head, Yang Kai said sadly, You should just kill yourself. Although it was too cruel to ask such a little girl to commit suicide, if she really fell into the hands of those people from the 10,000 Beasts mansion, the final outcome would be worse than death, so it was better to die. Lu Yan didn't say anything and let her pull her forward. In the 10,000 Beasts mansion, many disciples had been alarmed. When they saw Biluo and Lu Yan coming together, they all looked at them with ridicule, and their eyes wandered over Biluo's beautiful body in an extremely presumptuous manner. Some of them were even bold enough to whistle. Lu Yan naturally attracted a lot of attention. Such a delicate little girl could always arouse the covetous eyes of some people with special fetishes. Biluo had a faint smile on her face as she strolled leisurely, as if she was in her own backyard. Now, she could only deliberately mystify to increase her bargaining chips and increase her chances of survival. If she showed even the slightest bit of fear, she was afraid she would not have a good ending. Bilyuo walked a short distance of several hundred feet, but it seemed like she had walked for a year. If she didn't deliberately suppress it, her clothes would have been soaked in sweat. Suddenly, she felt her palm being pinched by someone. Looking down, she saw Lu Yin winking at her. Her clear and tender voice sounded in her ears. "Don't be afraid." Bilyuo couldn't help but laugh. She felt more and more that this child was very strange. Compared to her calmness, she was simply a paper tiger. However, his mood seemed to be affected by her, and he wasn't as nervous as before. In front of the main hall, more than a dozen disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Mansion blocked the way. These disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Mansion were accompanied by Monster Beast. There were many different kinds of wolves, bears, tigers, leopards, and so on. They were all pet beasts that they could control. Moreover, there were many strange patterns on their faces, which were full of the strong charm of a foreign territory. Bilyuo knew that those patterns were monster beast patterns. The disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Mansion were based on beast taming. Every time they successfully tamed a monster beast, one more monster beast pattern would appear on their body. The monster beast pattern was their most obvious characteristic, and it was also the hub that connected them with the monster beast. The more monster beast patterns one had, the stronger they were, and the more monster beasts they could tame. The more than a dozen origin-returning realm cultivators formed a human wall. They didn't intend to make way, and just looked at Bilyuo provocatively. The more than a dozen monster beasts roared in a low voice, as if they had sensed the intention of their master, and assumed a predatory posture. Bilyuo stopped and swept her gaze over the faces of the dozen people with a smile. Then her face turned cold and she shouted, "Get lost!" With a wave of her hand, a gust of wind blew, and the dozen people blocking the way were blown away. The monster beast also retreated to the sides. The dozen people were stunned. They never thought that this woman would dare to intrude into the 10,000 Beasts Mansion in the middle of the night, and be so presumptuous. They were all stunned for a moment. Finally, they remembered that this woman was an Origin King realm cultivator. She wasn't someone they could contend with. Bilyuo went straight in, and no one dared to stop her. It was as if there was no one around, and this beautiful woman was now majestic. After entering the main hall, a burst of music entered her ears. The interior was brightly lit, and in the spacious hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. They were all dressed in gauze, and their beauty was faintly discernible, causing one's imagination to run wild. Men and women, tall and short, fat and thin cultivator were sitting on either side of the hall. In front of each of them was a small table filled with delicious delicacies and fine nectar. Each of these figures was giving off the aura of an Origin King. It seemed like a banquet was being held in the 10,000 Beasts Mansion tonight. Bilyuo was stunned and her heart sank. This time it was really over. The masters of the 10,000 Beasts Mansion were gathered here. And if she couldn't think of a good excuse, she definitely wouldn't be able to leave this place. With so many pairs of eyes focused on her, Bilyuo suddenly felt a little suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on her chest. Hurriedly pushing her Saint Chi to resist, she felt a little better. Looking straight ahead, Yang Ling focused her attention on the burly man sitting at the head of the group. This burly man had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger, and he was as strong as an iron tower. He wore an animal skin shirt that wasn't buttoned up, exposing his chest and breasts, giving him an extremely bold and unrestrained appearance. He was reclining on an unknown animal skin with a warm fragrance in his arms, one hand supporting his head while the other gently tapped his thigh to the rhythm of the music. When Bilyuo walked in, he didn't open his eyes, and even when Bilyuo stood below him, he didn't seem to notice. He was like a sleeping lion, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura from head to toe. Bilyuo naturally recognized him. He was the manor master of the 10,000 Beasts Mansion, Huang Tudao, and the culprit behind the disaster on Monster Star. Shanqing Luo had fought with him several times, and was evenly matched. This was a third-order Origin King master. The dancers were still dancing, and the music continued. Tonight's banquet was not interrupted by Bilyuo's arrival, and only the masters of the 10,000 Beasts Mansion, who were seated around still looked at Biluo with playful eyes. As for Lu Yen, no one cared, but many people were curious as to why Biluo had brought a little girl here. In the hall, Biluo pursed her red lips and didn't say a word. Huang Tudao suddenly opened his eyes, like a sleeping lion waking up, and a sharp light flashed across his eyes as he shouted majestically, "Why aren't the dancers below dancing? Do you want to die?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone around burst into laughter and shouted, "Come and dance. If you dance well, you'll be rewarded. Hurry up and jump. Don't worry, even if you don't jump well, there won't be any punishment. Our manor lord is very protective of the fairer sex. I'm afraid you haven't eaten enough and don't have the energy to jump. Come. I'll reward you with this piece of meat." Biluo didn't take it seriously and just smiled, bowing slightly. Red Moon Territory's envoy greets Manor Master Huang. Huang Tudao raised his brow. Red Moon Territory's envoy? He pretended to take a closer look, as if he had just seen Biluo's face. "You're Shanqing Luo's maidservant." "Biluo. So it's you." Huang Tudao grinned ferociously and suddenly shouted, "How dare you barge into my manor of 10,000 beasts? Are you tired of living?" Chapter 3142. Biluo's heart trembled when she heard Huang Tudao shout. Fortunately, she had thought of an excuse while she was walking, so she didn't panic. She brushed her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, "Manor Master Huang, please calm down. I came here today to deliver a message to you on behalf of my Queen Master. If she wanted to live tonight, she could only use Shanqing Luo's name." Just as Shanqing Luo was afraid of Huang Tudao, Huang Tudao was also very afraid of Shanqing Luo. After all, Shanqing Luo was not weaker than him. Huang Tudao narrowed his eyes and said, "Shanqing Luo's message? What is it? Could it be that she agreed to give herself to me? Ha 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 ha." Biluo pursed her lips and laughed. "She said that all of you will die tonight." Huang Tudao's laughter stopped abruptly. All the cultivators in the hall were shocked. They all slammed the table and glared at Biluo. Biluo's smile froze on her face. She lowered her head and looked down. It was because the words just now were not from her mouth, but from Lu Yen. Huang Tudao looked at Lu Yen and Biluo and said lightly, "You can't pretend that you didn't hear that." Biluo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She hurriedly said, "A child's words carry no harm. She was just talking nonsense." At the same time, she glared at Lu Yen fiercely, warning her not to open her mouth again. "A child's words carry no harm?" Huang Tudao snorted. "I think you're here to pick a fight tonight. Very well, I didn't want to lower myself to your level, because you're a woman. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not knowing how to be gentle. Manor Master Huang, please calm down." Bai Luo couldn't help feeling bitter. She really didn't know what kind of sin she had committed to suffer such torment, so she quickly pushed Lu Yen aside and said, "Go and apologize to Manor Master Huang." Lu Yen said, "He's going to die. Why are you apologizing?" Huang Tudao was so angry that he laughed instead. He sat up straight, put his hands on the table, bent his upper body slightly, and stared intently at Lu Yen. He said, "This little girl is a bit interesting. Then I'd like to see how I'm going to die tonight." He shouted again, "If I don't die tonight, you all will die." Regardless of whether or not the words of a child carried no harm, this little girl had offended him time and time again. Naturally, she deserved to be taught a lesson. He was not a kind-hearted person, so killing a child was not a big psychological burden to him. "You can't see it." Lu Yen responded faintly before suddenly raising her small hand and summoning a wisp of flame from her fingertips. This wisp of flame was just a small flame that flickered unsteadily, as if it could be extinguished by a casual blow of air. The crowd burst into laughter. Huang Tudao didn't laugh, and his expression was extremely solemn instead, because he actually felt a chill run down his spine at the instant the tiny flame appeared. With a flick of Lu Yan's finger, the small flame flew straight towards Huang Tudao. Huang Tudao suddenly stood up, as if facing a great enemy. With a low roar, more than a dozen thick beast stripes suddenly appeared on his body. At the same time, one of these beast stripes flashed, and a giant gorilla-like beast appeared in front of him. This monster beast was full of hostility and had a 10th order aura. As soon as it appeared, it pounded its chest with both hands and bared its teeth. The howl came to an abrupt end as a dark bloody hole appeared in the giant beast's chest. The edge of the wound was stained with some weak flames that quickly spread and burned. After the flame penetrated the giant beast's body, it rushed towards Huang Tudao without slowing down, easily burning away Huang Tudao's Saint Qi and protective artifact. Like dry firewood meeting a raging fire, Huang Tudao burst into flames and screams filled the sky. Everyone in the manner of 10,000 beasts, who were laughing loudly just a moment ago, stood up in shock. The wine and delicacies on the table in front of them spilled all over the ground. The dancers in the hall also let out loud screams and fled in all directions. Biluo stood stiffly in place, her eyes reflecting the light of the burning flames, almost making her think she was dreaming. The screams didn't last long, and after 3 breaths, Huang Tudao fell to the ground and turned into a pile of black ash, not even leaving behind his bones. The same was true for the giant beast he had summoned. In the blink of an eye, Huang Tudao had fallen. The hall fell silent, and even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that the myriad beast mansion master, who had been so majestic and arrogant just a moment ago, would be killed, and at the hands of a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. A little flame was enough to burn a third-order origin king to ashes. Who was this little girl, and what kind of fire was that? After a brief silence, the sound of fluttering clothes rang out as a number of figures fled in all directions. With a series of rumbling sounds, more than a dozen holes appeared in the hall. No one dared not flee, although they didn't know what kind of cultivation this little girl had, or what kind of methods she had. Since she could kill Huang Tudao with a wave of her hand, she could easily take the lives of everyone present. If they wanted to live, they could only run as far away as possible. 13. Luyan didn't seem to notice and just muttered calmly before calling out lightly, "100 birds, worshipping the phoenix." His small body shook, and balls of flame suddenly shot out in all directions. Each ball of flame turned into the shape of a small bird, and there was no repetition. Those small fiery birds chirped for a while, drew beautiful arcs in the air, and then rushed out of the hall and disappeared. Screams rang out one after another, all of them extremely short and hurried, as one powerful aura after another was annihilated. Biluo's tender body trembled, not with joy, but with fear. The little girl, who she thought was harmless to humans and animals, suddenly displayed unimaginable strength, causing her to feel a sense of panic. Instinctively, she rushed out of the hall, but when she looked around, she froze on the spot. In this huge city, numerous firebirds were flying back and forth. These birds were no longer small and delicate, but had all become huge creatures. They swayed their extremely dazzling fiery tails, and everywhere they passed, everything was burned to ashes. In such a short time, within 1,000 meters of the hall, except for her and Lu Yen, there was no other living thing. Everyone had been killed, and those who had previously been swaggering around in the hall had long since been turned to ashes. Not even their shadows could be seen. As for those firebirds, they were still spreading outwards. Her hair stood on end. The Thousands Beasts villa was finished. This time, it was really uprooted, although she didn't know what the Thousands Beasts villa was celebrating tonight, and why so many masters gathered together. Now it seemed that this was a very wrong decision, which gave Lu Yin a chance to wipe them all out. Until now Biluo had some hindsight. No wonder the little girl insisted that she take her to the Thousands Beasts villa. No wonder she was not afraid at all. Instead, she repeatedly spoke arrogantly in the hall. With such a powerful strength, what did she need to be afraid of? When the cold wind blew, Biluo's chaotic thoughts became a little clearer. She returned to the hall in a daze, only to see Lu Yin sitting quietly in the seat where Huang Tudao had sat before, yawning casually, looking bored. The corners of Biluo's eyes twitched fiercely. 3 days later, Yang Kai painstakingly pulled his arm out from under Shan Qingluo's body, but he didn't want to be entangled by her again like an octopus. Reaching out, Yang Kai patted her on the back, leaving behind a bright red palm print. "Still not full?" Yang Kai asked. Shan Qingluo narrowed her blurred eyes and said lazily, "Am I such a difficult person to satisfy?" Yang Kai said curiously. Aren't you? These 3 days were very short. The Queen Master seemed to want to make up for all the decades she had lost. She repeatedly took the initiative to seek pleasure, looking like she wanted to squeeze Yang Kai dry. The result was naturally that she was not as good as him, and was defeated every time. Yang Kai's cultivation was now 2 great realms higher than hers, and he also had a half-dragon body. How could she withstand his punitive expedition? However, she became braver with every setback, which made Yang Kai very happy for a few days. She and Su Yan were simply 2 extremes. What nonsense are you talking about? Shan Qingluo glared at him and pinched him fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and covered her flat belly with his big hand. If you strangle me to death, the child in my belly will have no father. Shan Qingluo's eyes suddenly widened as she whispered, Child. Reaching out, she touched her belly. And maybe there's already a child in her belly right now. If that's the case, in the future he won't be around. She turned over and sat on top of him, her hair falling down and covering the boundless spring scenery in front of her chest. Shan Qingluo pursed her lips and said, Give me more. This time I must get pregnant. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just said it casually. You took it seriously. You dare not take back the words you said. Shan Qingluo reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's neck with a fierce expression. Yang Kai said, How would I dare? It's just that someone is looking for you now. He pointed to the door. Who is it? Shan Qingluo frowned. I don't want to see them. Yu Xiong. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Qiyu had adopted an adopted son and an adopted daughter. The adopted daughter was naturally Shan Qingluo, while the adopted son was Yu Xiong. He and Shan Qingluo called each other brother and sister. When Yang Kai came to Monster Star, he had dealt with Yu Xiong and was an extremely forthright man, so he was no stranger to him. Hearing that it was Yu Xiong who came to see her, Shan Qingluo naturally couldn't refuse and could only get up and dress. A moment later, the door opened and Yu Xiong's voice immediately heard. Biluo, go away. I have something important to tell little sister. Do you dare stop me? Biluo hurriedly said. Master, it's not convenient for Queen Master to see guests right now. Please wait a moment, I'll go inform her. Yu Xiong angrily shouted. What's not convenient for her to see guests? Just as he was arguing, the door opened and Yu Xiong immediately pushed aside Biluo to greet the newcomer. At first glance, he saw Shan Qingluo's radiant face and could not help feeling stunned, swallowing the words he was about to say. Looking up again though, he saw Yang Kai walking out from behind Shan Qingluo. It's you, you little bastard. Yu Xiong's brow rose as he threw a punch at Yang Kai and shouted, Boy, hand over your life. Shan Qingluo dodged to the side and watched with a smile. She was not worried that Yang Kai would suffer a loss, nor was she worried that Yang Kai would hurt Yu Xiong, so she had no intention of intervening. Chapter 3143. The huge fist was blocked by Yang Kai with a single finger, causing Yu Xiong's eyes to bulge, as if he couldn't believe it, and he threw out another punch. Yang Kai flicked his finger on Yu Xiong's fist, and Yu Xiong's powerful arm immediately fell limp, unable to muster the slightest bit of strength. Taking a few steps back, Yu Xiong scanned Yang Kai up and down. Although he was born rough, that didn't mean his thoughts were the same. Even if he hadn't used his full strength, his 2 punches weren't something anyone could block casually. So Yang Kai's effortless movements naturally made him think a lot. Yang Kai simply stood there with a smile on his face, a profound look on his face. Yu Xiong shook his head and no longer bothered with him, instead turning to Luo Qing and saying, Little sister, something big has happened. Shan Qingluo was startled when she heard this. What happened? Yu Xiong was now an origin king, so anything that could cause him to panic like this was definitely not small. How many so-called big events could there be on Monster Star right now? Those few things were definitely related to Red Moon territory. 10,000 Beasts Villa was destroyed. Shan Qingluo was stunned on the spot before turning her head to look at Yang Kai, as if asking if he was responsible for this. Red Moon territory and 10,000 Beasts Villa had been fighting for more than a decade, and had always been suppressed. Shan Qingluo herself had fought with Huang Tudao more than once, so she naturally understood just how powerful the other party was. Being able to destroy 10,000 Beasts Villa was not something Red Moon territory possessed, nor did anyone on Monster Star. The only one who could do this quietly was the man beside her. But for the past 3 days, she had not left his side at all. So how did he do it? Or, did he go to 10,000 Beasts Villa before coming to see her? Yu Xiong said excitedly. When I first heard this news, I couldn't believe it either, and even went to investigate. But guess what? The Myriad Beast Mountain Villa has been razed to the ground, and there is no one left alive inside. Although I don't know who did it, it is definitely someone who is proficient in fire attribute strength and divine technique. Moreover, according to the information I obtained before, when the Myriad Beast Mountain Villa was destroyed that night, Old Dog Huang was holding a banquet with not only the Origin King Realm elders of Myriad Beast Mountain Villa, but also the 2 traders, Qian Yen and Kuang Shi. Good. Ha ha ha, as expected, good and evil always have their retribution. Clenching his fists fiercely, a terrifying light flashed across his eyes. Little sister, it's time to act. The mountain villa of 10,000 beasts had been completely destroyed, and all the experts had been killed. The Red Moon territory no longer had anything to worry about. It was time to reclaim the entire Monster Star. It wasn't me. Yang Kai saw Shanqing Luo staring at him, shrugged his shoulders, smiled slightly, and turned to look at Lu Yen. When he heard that the Myriad Beast Mountain Villa had been destroyed by a fire attribute divine technique, he knew who was behind it. Lu Yen and Biluo going out that night had been concealed from Shanqing Luo, but not from Yang Kai's perception. Obviously, it had been that night. Lu Yen happened to be looking at him at the same time, squinting her eyes as if to say praise me. Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up, and Lu Yen smiled sweetly. You did it. Shanqing Luo observed Lu Yen carefully, and also looked at her in surprise. She had thought that this little girl was the illegitimate daughter of one of Yang Kai's women, but now it seemed that she had been thinking too much. Yu Xiong's chatter was interrupted, and he looked at Lu Yen in amazement, curling his lips as he asked, Are you kidding me? It wasn't that his ability to accept such a thing was weak, but that he simply couldn't accept it. Biluo weakly said from the side, Master Yu Xiong, the mountain villa of 10,000 beasts was indeed destroyed by her. Yu Xiong glanced at Biluo and laughed. That's not funny at all. Biluo looked at him seriously. Yu Xiong's laughter gradually faded as he asked, Are you telling the truth? Biluo said, I was just about to report this matter to Her Majesty. That night 3 days ago she immediately began recounting what happened that night. Although she was only recounting it in a straightforward manner, without the slightest exaggeration, the events of that night still replayed themselves in front of their eyes, causing Shanqing Luo and Yu Xiong's hearts to skip a beat. When they heard that Huang Tadao was burned to death by Lu Yan's small flame, they broke out in a cold sweat. That was a third-order origin king. What kind of flame could burn him to death in 3 breaths of time? Yu Xiong's face couldn't help turning a little pale, as he looked at Lu Yen with awe and fear in his eyes. When he came over just now, he had seen how cute Lu Yen was, and had even touched her head casually. Now that he thought about it, he was really lucky. If he had provoked this little girl just now, wouldn't he have followed in Huang Tidao's footsteps? Since that flame could kill Huang Tidao and render him powerless to resist, it would definitely have no problem killing him. Swallowing hard, Yu Xiong put some distance between himself and Lu Yen, as if he could find some sense of security by doing so. Who is she? Shanqing Luo turned to look at Yang Kai. Isn't she your daughter? Yang Kai spread his hands and said, I told you she wasn't, but you didn't listen at all. She is Lu Yen. Lu Yen. Shanqing Luo was taken aback. She was naturally no stranger to Lu Yen, but in any case, she couldn't connect the artifact spirit with this little girl in front of her. The person in front of her was a living person of flesh and blood. Shanqing Luo immediately understood that Lu Yen must have obtained some kind of great opportunity, following Yang Kai all these years, allowing her to even form her own body. After recovering from her shock, Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes lit up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The masters of Myriad Beast Villa were all gone, and they no longer had the strength to fight against Red Moon territory. If they were to attack it this time, who on Monster Star could stop them? Smiling apologetically to Yang Kai, she said, "Lord Husband, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you any longer." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Go do what you need to do. There will be plenty of time in the future." This time, he had come back to take everyone to the star boundary, so he would not be gone for decades without any news. There would be plenty of time in the future for them to spend together. What's more, after these 3 days of expedition, both he and Shanqing Luo needed to rest for a while. Shanqing Luo and Yuxiong quickly left, embarking on their journey to reclaim Monster Star, leaving behind Biluo to entertain Yang Kai. Biluo looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and asked, "Master, what are your orders?" Who would have thought that the boy who was trapped in Fragrance City by the Master of the Queen would one day grow to such an extent that even the Master of the Queen had to be protected by his shadow? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, "I remember that there is a space array here in Red Moon territory. Take me there." Shadowed Star was now in a state of peace, so it would not be long before Monster Star did as well, but it was still necessary to guard against any masters from the Great Desolate Star territory making a comeback. On Shadowed Star, Su Yan was in charge, so Yang Kai was not worried about anything. On the other hand, Monster Star needed to be strengthened. The best way to do this was to connect the two cultivation stars, so that they could help each other. If anyone dared to have ideas about Monster Star, Yang Kai would make sure they never returned. The group of 3 immediately walked towards the depths of Red Moon territory. According to Biluo, the space array in Red Moon territory was destroyed by Shanqing Luo more than 10 years ago, in order to prevent someone from using it to teleport into Red Moon territory. At that time, they had already lost contact with Shadowed Star, so they had no choice but to do this. Along the way, they encountered many monster race members from Red Moon territory, all of whom bowed respectfully to Biluo. Although she was just Shanqing Luo's maidservant, she was still an Origin King Realm master, and naturally received the respect of a master. What's more, who in Red Moon territory did not know that the master had never really treated her as a maidservant. She and the master were like sisters. On the other hand, when they looked at Yang Kai and Lu Yen, their eyes were filled with amazement. Since Biluo did not say anything, they did not dare to ask. Not long after, the group arrived at the place where the space array was located. The space array here was arranged by Yang Kai many years ago. Looking at it again at this moment, Yang Kai found that it was quite simple. Of course, this was because his cultivation had improved and his horizons had widened, but it was also because his attainments in space principles had deepened. "Master, do you need any materials?" Biluo asked. She vaguely remembered that arranging this space array required a lot of precious materials. Yang Kai waved his hand. "No need. You can go about your business." In the early years, when he arranged a space array in the territory of the star boundary, the main material used was space spirit stone. But that material was not of a high grade. Yang Kai had brought countless space spirit crystals and space spirit jades from the star boundary, so using them to arrange a space array would be much more effective. Biluo smiled lightly. "Serving master well is what I should be busy with." Since Shanqing Luo had instructed her to do so, she would naturally do her best. But as soon as these words left her mouth, she felt that there was some ambiguity. At that moment, Yang Kai's gaze fell upon her, and Biluo clearly felt his gaze pause on her red lips for a moment. So she quickly lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting a shadow over her face, making it impossible to see her expression. When she raised her head again, Yang Kai was already focused on the space array in front of him. Sensing someone's gaze, she turned her head and saw Lu Yen staring straight at her. Her hands spread wide as she drew a large circle. What? Biluo was really scared of her, especially when she made all kinds of gestures, which always made her imagination run wild. "So many women, so many," Lu Yen said. Biluo savored this for a moment before regaining her senses and blushing as she asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "Ha!" Lu Yen put on a fake smile. Biluo really wanted to rip her mouth open. Lu Yen, come help, Yang Kai called out. Lu Yen nodded and skipped over to Yang Kai's side, blowing on a pile of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades that Yang Kai had taken out. A cluster of flames immediately flew out and wrapped around the materials. With Lu Yan's help, arranging the space array became easier and easier. In just half a day, a brand new space array was erected again. After Yang Kai's adjustments and positioning, this space array could be directly connected to Shadowed Star without any need for transit, which was undoubtedly much more convenient. After instructing Lu Yen to stay behind and take care of it, Yang Kai stepped onto the space array and pushed his space force, disappearing in a flash of light. Biluo and Lu Yen only waited for half a day before the space array lit up and vaguely visible figures could be seen, each of them with a powerful aura. When the light dissipated, Biluo found many familiar faces, all of which were masters from High Heaven Sect and Shadowed Star. She had lived with Shanqing Luo on Shadowed Star for a while, so she was no stranger to these people. Chapter 3144. Biluo even saw Su Yan. Immediately he froze in place. Su Yan had disappeared 20 years ago without any news, but now she had returned to High Heaven Sect. Not daring to neglect her, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Biluo greets the first madam. Although the number of women by Kai Yang's side wasn't small, if one had to rank the number one, it would definitely be Su Yan. It wasn't because of their deep feelings, nor was it because she was Kai Yang's first woman, but rather because she had an aura that made others believe in her. Shui Yu and Shanqing Luo would occasionally quarrel, but in front of Su Yan, they were both honest. Facing this first madam, Biluo naturally had to show due respect. Su Yan responded with a smile. Long time no see. Biluo said. For 20 years, the Queen's master has been talking about Madam. If she can know that Madam is safe and sound, she will definitely be able to put down her worries. Su Yan turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, Didn't you tell Luo? Yang Kai scratched his face. I forgot. You don't have time, do you? Su Yan teased. Even though Yang Kai's skin was thick, he still felt a little embarrassed at this moment. He had spent 3 days with Shanqing Luo, and had been completely indulging in his nonsense. So how could he have the time to talk about other things? Now that Su Yan had pointed it out, he naturally felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Su Yan was not someone who liked to be entangled in this kind of thing, so she turned to Biluo and said, This time, I came here to help Luo. Where is she? Take us to her. Although the masters of Myriad Beast Villa had all been killed, it had still been operating on Monster Star for more than 10 years and occupied almost 90% of Monster Star's territory. It would take a lot of time for Red Moon territory to recover this lost territory. Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Sect to test the effects of the space array, and to recruit people from Shadowed Star to help. Su Yan and the other masters were just the vanguard, and there would be more cultivator coming to help Shanqing Luo. Recovering Monster Star was only a matter of time. Yes, Biluo responded. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai and said, I'll leave little sister Yu and Ningchang to you. I know, I'll prepare to set off. Yang Kai nodded. Shadowed Star and Monster Star's experience, so he could not help but feel worried about Xia Ningchang and Shui Yu. He was eager to see if they were safe Star territory. A few words were exchanged without any farewells, because everyone knew that they would be reunited soon. Su Yan led the group from High Heaven Sect away, while Yang Kai and Lu Yen stood on the space array, and set off again. At Water Moon Star, the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai arrived here 1 month after setting off from Monster Star. Looking at the void, a look of doubt appeared on his face. He had thought that this place would be filled with war, just like the other stars he had encountered. But Water Moon Star was actually peaceful, with no traces of war at all. This made him feel a little uneasy. Outside the nebula, several starships crossed the void. Yang Kai keenly noticed the Netherworld Sect symbol on these starships, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He passed straight through these starships and rushed into the atmosphere. Violent explosions rang out behind them as several battleships belonging to the Netherworld Sect were blown up one after another, before they could even see the enemy's shadow, blooming with dazzling light. This abnormal movement immediately alarmed the powerhouses on the water-moon star. They all raised their heads to look. Many of them clearly realized what had happened, and their expressions changed. Their gazes were soon attracted by a stream of light that fell straight down from the sky, piercing through the clouds, and falling into the main city that originally belonged to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. With a loud rumble, the city shook and the ground cracked. Gullies spread out horizontally and vertically, gales whistled, and the surrounding houses collapsed. Asterisk. Asterisk. A number of figures flew over from all directions and stood in the void, looking towards this uninvited guest. Yang Kai looked around coldly as his heart sank. His previous worries had come true. Water-moon star had fallen. None of the cultivator who appeared around him was familiar, and the clothes worn by several of them clearly had traces of Netherworld sect. Even if the others were not from Netherworld sect, they were likely from the territory of Great Desolate Star. How could it have fallen? Yang Kai could not understand. He was not surprised that Green Mountain Star had fallen. After all, there were no powerful masters or great forces on Green Mountain Star. However, even Shadowed Star and Monster Star had not fallen. So how could Water Moon Star have fallen? This was the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was one of the 3 most powerful forces in the entire star territory. Before the rise of Shadowed Star and High Heaven sect, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was even stronger than Purple Star and Sword Union. Such a star had actually fallen completely, and its current situation was even worse than Green Mountain Stars. What had happened here in the past 10 years? Where had Shuiyu gone? Where were the people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Thinking quickly, Yang Kai's aura became cold and piercing, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This person had descended straight from Star Field, so obviously he was a bold master. At this moment, even if he had not taken action, the cold aura he was exuding was enough to frighten everyone. Anyone who can speak, step forward. Yang Kai swept his eyes around, like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, not putting anyone in his eyes. Silence reigned as no one answered. All the cultivators in the territory of Great Desolate Star stared at him, as if they were facing a great enemy. I say. Yang Kai slowly raised his fist, bent his arm back, and threw out a punch. Anyone who can speak, step forward. Are you deaf? With a bang, the sound of something exploding rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look and gasped. In the direction Yang Kai had thrown his fist, a cultivator had burst into a bloody mist on the spot, not even leaving behind a corpse. And that person was a First-Order Origin King. Blowing up an Origin King from 1,000 meters away with a single punch was simply too overbearing. Everyone, who had been extremely vigilant towards Yang Kai, felt their hearts go cold at this moment. With such a strong enemy, who could be his opponent? Almost at the same time, everyone took a few steps back. Only one person stepped forward, a tall and thin middle-aged man whose body was shrouded in death chi. A spirit array suddenly appeared in his hand, and he poured his Saint Chi into it. In an instant, the heavens and earth hummed as the city's spirit array activated. The Netherworld sect had occupied the Water Moon Star for several years now. In the past few years, they had been living in peace. No one had ever dared to cause trouble, so their daily life was a little more casual. However, they did not guard against people breaking into the city. Others were afraid of Yang Kai's might. But this tall and thin man was not, because he controlled the entire city's spirit array. If you had acted presumptuously outside, it would have been fine, but you just had to recklessly charge into the city. Just wait until I activate the spirit array to deal with you. While urging the spirit array, this tall and thin man shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Capture this person for me. This king will support you." As soon as his voice fell, the spirit array activated, and the power of the entire city's spirit array pressed down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure was obviously lowered, as if he was carrying 2 mountains on his shoulders. Everyone showed overjoyed looks when they saw this and no longer hesitated, all of them pushing their secret techniques and artifacts to attack Yang Kai. The tall and thin man was first shocked then overjoyed as he shouted, "Spare his life!" It was not that he disliked killing. Yang Kai had just arrived and killed an Origin King on his side, so how could he let him off so easily? However, Yang Kai was not pressed to the ground by his spirit array, and there were no signs of Yang Kai using his Saint Chi. This made him understand that Yang Kai's physique was extremely strong, and it was very likely that he cultivated some kind of profound body-tempering secret art. Body-tempering secret arts were not rare, but it was extremely rare to find someone with such a strong physique. As an elder of Netherworld sect, he was proficient in corpse refining techniques, and liked this kind of cultivator with a strong physique the most. If he could capture him alive, he could slowly refine a heavenly corpse using medicines and secret techniques. This was an extremely precious material that could only be found by chance. It was even better than the materials he obtained on Water Moon Star a few years ago. With this reason in mind, how could he bear to see Yang Kai killed? Although it was possible to refine corpses after death, the effect of refining a living person would be better and more powerful. With this interruption, many of the cultivator who had attacked Yang Kai cursed. Why didn't you say you were going to hold back earlier? Now that the attack had been launched, how could it be so simple to withdraw? However, they had no choice but to obey this person's orders. So in desperation, everyone could only desperately withdraw some of their strength. Several of them were even injured by the backlash and vomited blood. With a series of rumbling sounds, many secret techniques and artifacts bombarded Yang Kai's body, causing a burst of energy to erupt and light to shine everywhere. Seeing this, the tall, thin man's heart sank as he thought to himself, "This is bad. I'm afraid I won't be able to refine a complete corpse. How could I refine anything?" His face became gloomy as he felt a pang of heartache, but when the light dissipated, he was shocked to find that Yang Kai was standing in place, safe and sound. Not only him, but even the little girl standing next to him looked calm, as if she had not suffered much damage at all. The tall, thin man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as a kind of uneasiness began to grow in his heart. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, eat this young master's move. Yang Kai shouted as he punched out with both fists, sending out a barrage of fist shadows in all directions. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk bodies exploded mid-air one after another, and no one could withstand a single blow. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of people who had gathered around were cleared away. Only the tall, thin man was left safe and sound, but at this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his hands and feet cold. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. "It seems that you are the one who can speak. Don't be afraid. I have some things to ask you. If you answer well, I'll give you a quick death." His black hair fell in front of his forehead, and his eyes were gloomy. The tall, thin man suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by a giant beast, and even breathing became difficult. His will was not ordinary, and although he was horrified, he did not lose his courage. Raising his hand, he took out a copper ring and shook it quickly. Looking at Yang Kai, he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter who you are, since you dared to offend my Netherworld sect, you must die today." Chapter 3145. With a series of clinking sounds, several figures suddenly appeared beside the thin and tall man. Some of these figures were tall and powerful, while others were short and delicate, but all of them exuded a thick corpse chi. Looking at their faces, Yang Kai could see that all of them were ferocious and had disheveled hair. Corpse refinement. Yang Kai raised his brow, quite surprised. He had not expected that the people of Netherworld sect would also be proficient in the corpse refinement technique. None of the Netherworld sect cultivators he had encountered before were proficient in this technique. It seemed that the Netherworld sect's secret techniques were divided into several schools, but no matter which school it was, they were all related to corpse refinement. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed again as he stared at one of the refined corpses and examined it seriously, his face sinking. "Brat, this seat will capture you, then carefully refine you, and make you one of my generals." The thin and tall man glared at Yang Kai viciously. Although the young man in front of him had just displayed extraordinary combat strength, this man was not someone to be trifled with. With the few refined corpses in his hands, even a third-order origin king would not be able to do anything to him. If he was not careful, he might even be captured, so he did not panic. On the contrary, he became more and more interested in Yang Kai because of his performance just now. The strength of a refined corpse was linked to the strength of the corpse before death. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the corpse would be after being refined. Yang Kai was not only strong, but his physique was also extremely tough, making him an excellent corpse refinement material that this man had been searching for many years. He couldn't help but want to laugh wildly in his heart. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. If he could refine this brat, his position in the Netherworld sect would immediately rise. With a flick of his wrist, several refined corpses roared ferociously as a thick corpse chi covered their bodies. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Yang Kai. Their sharp claws were like long spears, incomparably sharp, and their nails were a dark green color, obviously containing a potent poison. A ball of fiery light suddenly appeared, and a small and delicate firebird flew out and pounced towards the few refined corpses. It was agile and graceful, but also noble and graceful. The first refined corpse that came into contact with it was instantly set ablaze. The firebird did not slow down and flew towards the second refined corpse. In the blink of an eye, it had burned several refined corpses. "Leave this behind," Yang Kai growled, and suddenly reached out to grab one of the refined corpses by the neck and pulled it over. The refined corpse struggled and resisted, its sharp nails whistling through the air towards Yang Kai's chest. However, it was as if it was stabbing into metal, producing a clanging sound as it was unable to penetrate Yang Kai's chest. Lu Yan tilted his head. Although he didn't know what Lu Yan's intention was, he didn't ask. He controlled the flames and burned the other refined corpses in an instant. Pff, the thin and tall man spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with horror as he stared at Lu Yan in horror. You. His eyes were also bloodshot. Each of these refined corpses could display strength equivalent to an origin king, especially the most powerful one, which was refined from the corpse of a third-order origin king. With such a lineup, he was confident that no one in this Hung Luo star field could stop them. But now, they had been almost burned to ashes by a 7- or 8-year-old little girl, and the most powerful refined corpse had been directly captured by this young man. His vision blurred, and the little girl floated in front of him like a ghost. She raised her head to look at him, and his frightened face was reflected in her clear black and white eyes. He watched as she raised a small hand and pressed it on his stomach. He didn't even have time to react. "Leave him alive as well." Yang Kai turned his head and ordered. Lu Yan released a small amount of strength from her hand, and the tall skinny man's aura quickly deflated like a punctured balloon. He staggered a few steps before falling to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood, almost spitting out his internal organs. Dantian was destroyed and his cultivation was wasted. For a cultivator, there was nothing more painful in this world. Coupled with the fact that his refined corpse had been destroyed and his mind affected, he had lost more than half of his life. The enemy had almost taken his life with just a wave of their hand. If they were serious, who in this world could be their opponent? Not even the sect master could. Where did these two lunatics come from? Yang Kai gripped the neck of the most powerful refined corpse with one hand, letting it scratch his body with its sharp nails, as a complicated look flashed across his eyes. The refined corpse was being controlled, constantly roaring and struggling, as if it had gone mad. A series of cracking sounds came from its neck, indicating that its bones had been broken, but it no longer felt pain or thought, only wanting to destroy everything in front of it. So even if its bones were broken, it did not stop moving. Yang Kai took a light breath, slightly urging the power of his divine sense, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Dragon! Heaven! Hurt! Wake up!" Pure divine sense wrapped in his voice rushed straight into the mind of the refined corpse. In the darkness, there seemed to be the sound of something breaking, and the restless refined corpse suddenly became much more docile. Although it was still baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it was no longer as ferocious as before. Its eyes turned slightly, and its originally unfocused eyes gradually showed signs of focusing, but it was only a sign. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that its spirituality had not disappeared. Perhaps it was because it had only been a refined corpse for a short time, or perhaps it was because its strength was not bad. In any case, there was hope to wake it up. Immediately, he urged the power of his divine sense into the corpse's mind, carefully straightening out its chaotic thoughts. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the eyes of the refined corpse in front of him suddenly regained a trace of clarity, and its struggling hands also stopped. A strange expression appeared on its ferocious face. You are. Its voice was dry, as if it had not spoken for a long time, or because its body had been damaged, making it extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Senior Long. Yang Kai's expression was complicated. Long Tianshang. Yang Kai was not familiar with him, but they had met once when he came to Water Moon Star. This person was the Supreme Elder of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Strictly speaking, he was Aio's senior, so naturally, he was Yang Kai's senior. Aio left Star Territory with Yang Kai and went to the Star Boundary. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's huge foundation was handed over to Xueyu to manage, while Long Tianshang stayed behind to stabilize the overall situation. In fact, in terms of strength, he could have left Star Territory with Yang Kai, but he had dedicated his life to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, so he could not cut off his feelings for it. So he simply stayed behind to act as a protective umbrella for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Who would have thought that when they met again several decades later, he would be refined into a heavenly corpse, deprived of his freedom and enslaved? It was only because he met Yang Kai that he was able to awaken him for a moment. No one else could have such an ability. You are. Little brat Yang. Long Tianshang's thoughts gradually became clear as he remembered some fragments of his memories. Naturally, he had a deep impression of Yang Kai, Xueyu's husband. Yang Kai quickly said, Senior Long, we don't have much time. I want to know what happened to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. What happened to Xueyu? The last question was what he was most concerned about. If Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was gone, then it was gone. Aio was now in the Star Boundary, so he did not put a trivial Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in his eyes. The key was Xueyu, so he had to be careful. However, even with Long Tianshang's cultivation, he had been refined into a heavenly corpse by Netherworld sect. So how could Yang Kai not be worried about the safety of Xueyu? Xueyu, Long Tianshang murmured hoarsely as more memories emerged. He looked down at his hands and said sadly, Ah, so it's like this. Finally remembering his situation, he sorted out his thoughts and words and said, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is gone, and Xueyu. When Water Moon Star fell, I covered for them to escape. As for where they are now, I don't know. All his memories stopped at the shocking battle that day. He had stalled the Netherworld sect, and more than a dozen battleships in the territory of Great Desolate Star by himself. But in the end, he was exhausted and captured, then refined into his current appearance. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, Did Xueyu escape? This was a blessing in disguise. Although he did not know whether Xueyu was safe or not, at least there was hope. Yang Kai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Have you seen this woman? Lu Yan squatted in front of the thin and tall man from Netherworld sect. A cluster of flames flickered in her palm, then transformed into the image of a valiant woman. Although it was formed from flames, it was vivid and lifelike, showing her outstanding talent in controlling fire. She had refined the Fire Phoenix source, so controlling fire was naturally her specialty. Her tone was calm and soft, but in the ears of the thin and tall man, it was like a soul-stirring sound, causing him to shiver and shake his head repeatedly. No, I've never seen her before. Haha. Lu Yan smiled insincerely as another cluster of flames flew out, turned into a fire snake, and wrapped around the thin and tall man. It opened its big mouth and floated above the thin and tall man's head, hissing as if it would swallow him at any time. This flame could easily burn several powerful refined corpses, but at this moment, it seemed as if it had no temperature, and did not cause the thin and tall man any harm. You said you've never seen her before? Although I'm young, you can't lie to me. The thin and tall man raised his eyes and glanced at the figure formed from flames. You'd better answer honestly. There are many things in this world that are more painful than death, Lu Yen said lightly. I've seen her before. Where did she go? The thin and tall man said. She fled to a cultivation star with some other people. There is a star lord on that cultivation star. The people in our territory of the great desolate planet have been in a stalemate over there for years. Which way did she escape to? The thin and tall man raised his head and pointed in a direction. Lu Yen turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immersed his consciousness in his knowledge sea and looked at the star above it. Then he thought of something. Shui Yu and the others fled to a cultivation star with the Star Lord, and the direction was the same. If he guessed correctly, they should have gone to that place. It was a wise decision. Although that place was a bit far from the Water Moon Star, it was the most suitable choice. Chapter 3146. The conversation between Lu Yen and the tall, thin man entered Yang Kai's ears. At the same time, he was having a hard time communicating with Long Tianshang. Although the divine technique woke Long Tianshang up, his memory loss was too great. He could not recall many things. He only remembered that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a big tree that attracted the attention of many masters in the Great Desolate Star territory. Netherworld sect joined forces with several powerful forces in the Great Desolate Star territory to suppress Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Not only that, the famous pirates of Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were also in cahoots with the cultivator in the Great Desolate Star territory. Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were the two largest pirate gangs in the entire Hung Luo star field. The pirates gathered in them were all extremely vicious. Compared to these two forces, He Yunxiang's fierce wind pirate gang was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Before they were invaded by the Great Desolate Star territory, these two forces had fought openly and secretly with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union for hundreds and thousands of years. The battleships of these forces sailing in the territory of the Great Desolate Star had all been robbed by them. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union had also joined forces to encircle and suppress them. Both sides had killed their own people. Now that the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star had invaded, some forces led by Netherworld sect showed extraordinary strength. Naturally, the villains of Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair immediately turned to them and helped them do evil. Yang Kai finally understood why Water Moon Star had fallen. Being targeted like this, even though Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was strong, it could not guarantee its own safety. With several cultivation stars falling one after another, Water Moon Star, as the main star, naturally could not remain unscathed. With Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in such a state, Purple Star and Sword Union would not have an easy time either. The cultivator of the non-Hung Luo Star field was not as good as the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Both of them were in the territory of the lower planes. Even if there was a gap in overall strength, the gap was not too big. If they fought fiercely, both sides would suffer. The key point was that the Netherworld sect was the dominant sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. It could command the heroes and give orders. However, the Hung Luo Star field lacked such a leading sect. If High Heaven sect had been at its peak, they would have been able to. But after the invasion of the Great Desolate Star's territory, the several third-order origin kings in the sect had returned to their respective stars and were unable to fight together. Be careful, Long Tianshang warned solemnly. Be careful of what? Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. Long Tianshang shook his head. He did not know what he wanted Yang Kai to be careful of, but he subconsciously warned him. He vaguely felt that there was someone he needed to be vigilant of, and this person was the key to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's escape. Yang Kai asked again, but Long Tianshang could not answer. Although he helped Long Tianshang regain consciousness for a moment, Long Tianshang had already been refined into a heavenly corpse. Whether it was his soul or body, both had suffered irreversible damage. The moment he regained consciousness was similar to the final radiance of the setting sun. A low roar came from Long Tianshang's throat as his eyes trembled violently. His consciousness was fading away, and soon he would turn back into a refined corpse that did not know pain, and only knew how to kill. Yang Kai sighed slightly. The supreme elder of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had fallen into such a state. He could not help but sigh. Lu Yin came to Yang Kai's side and pulled the corner of his clothes. The tall, thin man, whose cultivation had been destroyed, was lying on the side, his face extremely pale. Lu Yin asked him a few questions, and did not make things difficult for him. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the most terrifying scene in the world. He stared at Long Tianshang, his eyes filled with horror, and then shouted, kill me quickly." Yang Kai stared at him coldly, motionless. The tall, thin man begged miserably, "I beg you, kill me quickly. Who would want to die if they could live?" But at this moment, his cultivation had been destroyed, and he could not escape. If he was not killed, he would really experience something even more painful than death. Maybe it was the deep-rooted obsession of revenge, or maybe it was the tall, thin man's voice that attracted Long Tianshang. But he suddenly turned his head and looked at him. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the tall, thin man. His sharp fingers directly pierced into the tall, thin man's chest, and lifted him up high. Blood dripped down, and a scream resounded through the sky. Long Tianshang's face was hideous, and he let out a meaningless roar. His consciousness had been completely covered by the corpse qi. He opened his mouth, revealing his fangs, and bit at the tall, thin man. Another tragic scream rang out. Long Tianshang tore a piece of flesh from the tall, thin man's body, and chewed with his big mouth full of fangs. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. The so-called eating people was probably just a joke, but at this moment, it was really happening in front of him. "Kill me, I beg you." Wah! The tall, thin man was still begging. Yang Kai's expression was cold, and he just stared at him quietly. He watched Long Tianshang tear off the man's flesh and swallow it whole. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the tall, thin man stopped moving and died. Yang Kai stepped forward and came to Long Tianshang's side. He was still eating the flesh, and when he felt the breath of a living creature approaching, he suddenly turned around and roared. Yang Kai slapped him, and the wind and clouds surged. Not even his bones were left behind. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and several figures appeared. It was Li Jiao, and the others who had been placed in the sealed world bead by him. This time, even Lu Yuqin was released. Lu Yuqin's cultivation was not high, but with Lu Sanyang's help, there was no danger in this place. At first glance, Li Jiao and the others were stunned when they saw the miserable situation around them. When they saw Yang Kai's gloomy face, they could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They did not know who had provoked him, but it seemed that he was not in a good mood. "Brotherly, there is something I need your help with." Li Jiao's expression became serious. "Brother Yang, just tell us what you need." "Help me reclaim this cultivation star." Yang Kai pointed to the ground under his feet. Water Moon Star was the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and the birthplace of Shuiyu, so it could not fall into the hands of the Great Desolate Star Territory. With Yang Kai's ability, he could reclaim it at will, but he did not want to waste any more time here. He could ask Li Jiao and the others for help, lest they become moldy in the sealed world bead. "No problem," Li Jiao agreed. He already knew what kind of people lived in the Star Territory. With his third-stage Emperor Realm cultivation, it was easy for him to do this kind of thing. What's more, he also had the help of Lu Sanyang, He Yunxiang, Ruan Baiting, the Embodiment, and the others. Although the cultivation star was not small, if they acted separately, it would take less than half a month to complete everything. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask the Embodiment. He will tell you who is an enemy and who is a friend. Okay. Leaving behind a few people to discuss the matter of reclaiming the cultivation star, Yang Kai and Lu Yin went straight to the central hall of the city. Originally, there were some cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory in the hall, but after watching the previous battle from afar, how could they not know that the Star of Slaughter had arrived? They had already fled without a trace. Kai Yang went straight in without encountering the slightest obstruction. Soon, He arrived at a square and found the space array he had arranged here in the past. This array was not destroyed, but the connecting channels to many places had been cut off and could not be connected. Moreover, with Yang Kai's current needs, this array setup back then was not enough. He spent half a day with Lu Yen to modify and unblock this array, connecting it to Monster Star and Shadowed Star, before setting off from Water Moon Star in a certain direction. As if feeling Yang Kai's anxiety, Lu Yen took the initiative to hold his hand. "Madam, you will be safe." Yang Kai forced a smile. If Shuiyu really escaped to that place, then there is no need to worry about her safety. Does Master know where Madam Shuiyu went? Yang Kai nodded, most likely. In this direction, a cultivation star with a star master guarding it. There was no other possibility except for Tongxian Realm. Tongxian Realm star master was Xianing Chang. Shuiyu knew this. Water Moon Star was destroyed, so there were only 3 places she could go: Shadowed Star, Monster Star, and Tongxian Realm. Shadowed Star was too far away, so if she did not consider it, who knew what dangers she would encounter in the star field? Monster Star was closer, but it was a monster race star after all, and there was no star master guarding it, so the safety factor was not high. With Shuiyu's intelligence, there was only one choice she could make: go to Tongxian Realm and find Xianing Chang. First, join him, and second, increase the strength of Tongxian Realm. Lu Yen pondered for a moment and seemed to understand, asking, "In that case, why is Master so anxious?" Yang Kai said, "Tongxian Realm is not like other cultivation stars. Back then, there were signs of world energy exhaustion. If little senior sister had not taken the risk to refine the star's source and brought vitality back, I'm afraid Tongxian Realm would be dead by now. What I'm worried about is not Shuiyu, but little senior sister. If the cultivator on Great Desolate Star went all out to deal with Tongxian Realm, even with Xianing Chang guarding it, it would be difficult to guard against them. After all, Tongxian Realm had not fully recovered, and if it suffered from the flames of war, it would only make things worse. If the world energy was exhausted again, Xianing Chang, as the Star Master, would definitely be implicated. At that time, there would be nothing he could do. A Star Master and a cultivation star were bound together for good or ill. This was not a joking matter. And calculating the time, it had been several years since Shuiyu fled to Tongxian Realm. During these years, how could the cultivators on Great Desolate Star be idle? They were definitely committing crimes on Tongxian Realm. Xianing Chang was struggling to hold on by himself, but how long could he last? This was the fundamental reason for Yang Kai's anxiety. Lu Yen understood and no longer said anything, but his calm eyes suddenly burned with murderous intent. She was reborn because of Yang Kai, and with the help of Yang Kai, she grew step by step. If it were not for Yang Kai, she was afraid she would still be an artifact spirit floating in the earth-lung fire. Perhaps one day she would be reborn, but that would definitely be thousands of years later. For her, Yang Kai was the heavens and the earth. Someone dared to make Yang Kai anxious, haha. Just wait to taste the fury of the phoenix. Chapter 3147. Tongxian Realm was the second stop on Yang Kai's martial Dao path, and an important springboard for him to reach a higher realm. If not for the many opportunities and experiences he had on Tongxian Realm, he would never have achieved what he had today. As his thoughts drifted, the past faded like smoke. Yang Kai stared at the stars he had not seen for a long time from the void with a gloomy expression. All his previous worries had become a reality. Looking at the entire Tongxian Realm from the starry sky, it was obvious that its situation was worse than Green Mountain stars. This star seemed to be suffering from a serious illness, showing a sickly and dispirited state, like an old man in his twilight years who was walking towards his grave. One after another pitch-black spots, as if someone had casually sprinkled a few drops of ink onto Tongxian Realm, were clearly visible even from thousands of kilometers away in the star field. On the surface of the stars, there was a faint black chi permeating the air. Yang Kai observed these ink spots and vaguely felt that they were arranged into a kind of spirit array, connected to each other, forming an invisible net that enveloped Tongxian Realm. This spirit array had not yet been fully formed, but it was slowly showing its extraordinary power. Even Yang Kai, who was in the star field, felt an extremely oppressive aura, not to mention the residents of Tongxian realm, all of whom were affected by this spirit array. This spirit array was absolutely inhumane, and if it were to be fully activated, Tongxian realm would definitely suffer a calamity. Fortunately, he had not arrived too late. Although he did not know when this spirit array would be fully formed and activated, it was obviously not something that could be completed in a few days. With his current ability, a few days was enough for him to run back and forth across Tongxian realm and kill all the invading enemies. Logically speaking, Tongxian realm had a star master, so the cultivator on Great Desolation Star should not have been able to invade so easily. The power of a star master was extraordinary, and a star master, who had a foothold on his own cultivation star, was basically invincible with the support of the star's source. However, the situation in Tongxian realm was different. As he had told Lu Yen before, Tongxian realm's world energy had been depleted several dozen years ago. Even if Xia Ningchang later refined the star source to help restore it, how much Tongxian realm could recover in just a few dozen years? Compared to other cultivation stars, Tongxian realm's world energy and principles were much weaker. If not for this, Tongxian realm would not have been Saint Realm Masters. It was precisely because of this lack of principles and world energy that Tongxian realm could not produce a more powerful cultivator, while other stars in the same territory could produce Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, and even Origin King Realm Masters. A few dozen years had only allowed Tongxian realm to recover some vitality at most, and this restored vitality was likely to be exhausted with the arrival of the cultivator on Great Desolation Star. If Xia Ningchang wanted to resist their invasion, he would have to rely on the strength of the entire stars. Once it was used too many times, it would definitely put an unbearable burden on Tongxian realm. Therefore, even if she was the star master, she could not keep the cultivator on Great Desolation Star out of her territory. Letting them enter Tongxian realm was probably a last resort. In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang had already considered Xia Ningchang's current situation. Suppressing the longing in his heart, he actually did not know where to find Xia Ningchang and Shuiyu. Tongxian realm was not big, but it was not small either. If they were hiding somewhere, he would definitely not be able to find them in a short time. It was better to take advantage of this time, to kill some cultivator on Great Desolation Star's territory, and teach them the consequences of offending someone they should not offend. After observing for a moment, Yang Kai leaped and rushed towards Tongxian realm. He stared at the largest black dot in the stars in front of him, and let the gravity of the earth pull him down. Lu Yen followed closely behind. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, but she was not slower than Yang Kai in the slightest. A moment later, the two of them rushed into the atmosphere, and the surrounding aura caused Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle. It was unpleasant and pungent, but with his powerful physique, he was able to ignore this kind of effect. However, if an ordinary cultivator were to be wrapped in this kind of aura, it wouldn't be long before their mind would be affected, and they would become a walking corpse. Previously, when he was observing in Star Field, he only felt that the situation on Tongxian realm was not optimistic. Now that he rushed into the territory covered by these black dots, he found that the situation was worse than he thought. He did not know what these black dots were, but they made him feel like he had entered purgatory. The wind whistled in his ears and Yang Kai's clothes flapped loudly. His black hair was blown by the strong wind and fluttered behind his head. At this moment, he was like a meteor falling from the sky, piercing through the void and falling towards the earth. His amazing speed made his body friction with the air and ignited a burst of fire. If one looked up from the ground, it was like a meteor was really falling, a spectacular sight. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Yang Kai raised his hand, opened it into a palm, bent his arm, and slowly pushed it down. An incomparably huge palm print suddenly took shape in front of him, covering the ground together with him. Moreover, as the distance between them closed, the palm print grew bigger and bigger, as if it could cover the sky and cover the earth. Among the black dots below, in the largest building, an old man with a face full of death chi was meditating. Judging from his clothes, he was a member of the Netherworld sect. Moreover, his cultivation was extremely high, at the Third Order Origin King realm. Even in the Netherworld sect, such a cultivation was at least at the level of an elder. Originally, the Netherworld sect did not have so many Third Order Origin Kings. The number of masters they had was about the same as High Heaven sect at its peak, only 3 or 4 at most. However, invading Hung Luo Star Field had brought great benefits to the entire Netherworld sect. Whether it was refining the Blood Sea Banner, 10,000 Soul Banner, or corpse refinement, they all required living people as raw materials. The more powerful a living person was, the more benefits they would receive. The Netherworld sect had unified the territory of the Great Desolate Star, and under its command, no one dared to disobey. No great force was its opponent. However, it was impossible for them to be too unscrupulous when cultivating. At most, they would find some excuses to destroy some sects, and bring back the cultivator of those sects as cultivation materials. But it was impossible for them to be too unscrupulous. There was a limit to everything, and it was precisely because the Netherworld sect had grasped this limit that they were able to unify the territory of the Great Desolate Star without arousing public indignation in the entire territory. But after coming to the Hung Luo Star Field, things were different. The tyrannical nature of the Netherworld sect had been liberated. For them, everything that belonged to the Hung Luo Star Field could be slaughtered. With the countless cultivator in the Hung Luo Star Field as cultivation materials, how could the cultivation of the Netherworld sect's people not improve quickly? After the invasion of the Great Desolate Star Field, as long as one was a member of the Netherworld sect, they had at least broken through a minor realm. The elders, protectors, and deacons were even more amazing. They had all broken through from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King realm, from the First Order to the Second Order, and from the Second Order to the Third Order. If it was just individual improvement, it would have been fine, but the key was the overall improvement of all the disciples of the Netherworld sect. This was an extremely terrifying situation. Today, in terms of overall strength, the Netherworld sect had already left High Heaven sect in the dust. There were more than a dozen Third Order Origin Kings, and more than half of them had broken through after invading the Hung Luo Star Field. Second Order and First Order Origin Kings were even more numerous. It was precisely because they had tasted all kinds of benefits that the Netherworld sect was extremely active in invading the Hung Luo Star Field. Wherever they went, no one in the Hung Luo Star Field could stop them. Even the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had fallen, let alone the other great forces. Only those cultivation stars with star masters were slightly troublesome to deal with. Tongxian realm was such a troublesome star for them to deal with, but it was only slightly troublesome. This star's world energy was thin, and its world principles were low, so nothing good could be born here. Normally, the Netherworld sect would not be willing to spend so much effort to deal with Tongxian realm. However, there were many powerful cultivator gathered here. This was exactly what the Netherworld sect wanted. If they could use these cultivator as cultivation materials, the sect could at least produce another Third Order Origin King. Whether it was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, or for the sake of cultivation, Tongxian realm had to be taken down. Anyone who dared to resist must be killed. Only in this way could the Netherworld sect announce who was the master of this territory. For this reason, there were 5 Third Order Origin Kings from the Netherworld sect guarding Tongxian realm, one of which was the vice sect master of the Netherworld sect, who had chased Shui Yu all the way here. The old man who was meditating in the main hall was the vice sect master of the Netherworld sect, Xian Ming. He knew that there was a star master on Tongxian realm, and he even knew that the star master was a woman with a Third Order Origin King cultivation. But he was not afraid. If it had been a higher level star, it would have been fine, as Yang Kai might have had to spend some effort to deal with it. But this star was obviously of a very low level. As long as he could destroy the world energy of this star, it would be tantamount to destroying Tongxian realm's source. At that time, He wouldn't even need to take action to deal with it, as the Star Master would suffer a terrible fate. And without the protection of the Star Master, those hiding rats would be at his mercy. The 8 desolate spirit lock array was arranged precisely for this purpose. Once this array was formed, the entire Tongxian realm would be sealed off, and this cultivation star would no longer be able to obtain the essence of the star field. It was equivalent to water without a source, a tree without a root. Not only that, this 8 desolate spirit lock array would also summon the Netherworld Sect's eye. At that time, the power of the Netherworld Sect would spread throughout the Tongxian realm, turning this place into a paradise for the Netherworld Sect and hell for the other cultivator. A few years ago, when he led a group of people to this place, he was intercepted by the Star Master outside the stars. The funny thing was that the crystal cannons of the Netherworld Sect's dozen starships fired at the same time and broke through the blockade set up by the Star Master after a dozen rounds. Over the past few years, the cultivator of the Netherworld Sect and the other sects on the Great Desolate Stars territory had already traveled all over Tongxian realm. The Star Master was unable to resist at all and could only shelter a small group of people in a small area. Since the Star Master refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, he could only blame himself for not being strong enough. It would not take long, at most half a year, for the 8 desolate spirit lock array to be completely formed. At that time, the Star Master would not be able to resist. Chapter 3148. Suddenly, a great danger descended from the sky. Along with it, there was also an indescribably terrifying pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his chest. Xian Xuanming's expression changed as he spat out blood. The place he was in was the 8 desolate array core. Many disciples of the Netherworld Sect and other sects within the territory of the Great Desolate Star had gathered here. The security was extremely tight, so he had never thought that someone would launch a sneak attack here. In fact, this was the case. In the past few years, other than when the 8 desolate spirit lock array was being built, those rats had come to harass them for a while, but they had disappeared without a trace. He was extremely relieved to be in retreat here, and was only waiting for the day when the spirit array was completed. He would then come out and kill a sea of blood. When he was in closed-door cultivation, his mind was extremely focused, and he couldn't be disturbed in the slightest. However, the enormous pressure that descended from the sky had forcefully dragged him out of that profound state. If it was only like this, then he wouldn't have suffered any injuries. However, the pressure was extremely terrifying, and even he couldn't take it lightly. His figure bent down, and he was injured. His eyes were filled with horror as he frantically pushed his Saint Chi and stood up. Resisting the huge pressure, he took a step out of the hall. Looking around, there were miserable cries all around. Countless disciples within the territory of the Great Desolate Star were pressed to the ground. On the ground, there were blobs of red blood that were extremely dazzling. Obviously, these were all spat out by these disciples. Some of the weaker disciples even exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. In just the blink of an eye, over 100 cultivator had died tragically on the spot. Xian Xianming looked up, and his pupils shrank. In the sky, a beam of light fell from the sky, and a gigantic palm imprint came crashing down, covering the entire 8 desolation formation eye with some excess. What kind of divine technique is this? Who is dealing with me? Even if Xian Xianming was used to great storms, he still felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. This kind of power was not something an ordinary Origin King Realm cultivator could do. Looking at the entire Tongxian realm, only one person could do this, the Star Master who had been holed up for several years. However, the Star Master was a woman. At this moment, what was imprinted in his eyes was clearly a man's palm. How could this be explained? In a split second, there was no time to think. Xian Xianming knew that if he did not resist, the 8 desolation formation eye would be in danger today. With the might of this palm, not to mention how many people would die here. If the 8 desolation formation eye was broken, then all his hard work and perseverance over the past few years would be wasted. As the Netherworld Sect's Vice Sect Master, he could not just sit and wait. With a roar, Yang Kai's seemingly thin body swelled up like a balloon, his clothes fluttering wildly as a spirit array suddenly appeared in his hand. Forming a series of seals with his other hand, Yang Kai madly poured his Saint Chi into it. The 8 desolate spirit lock array was a shocking array that was formed by 8 subarrays. Each subarray could operate independently. The place where Xi Xianming was overseeing was the eye of the array. It was much more powerful than the other 7 subarrays. The array disc in his hand was what controlled this array core. As soon as he activated the 8 desolate array core, Yang Kai, who was diving down from the sky, let out a soft cry of surprise. The huge ink spot below suddenly twisted and wriggled. Then, thick black chi gathered together and turned into a ghost hand. The ghost hand formed a claw and stabbed towards the sky. Looking down from the sky, the ghost hand was not big, but in fact it was huge. When the ghost hand spread out, it was enough to cover an area of 100 kilometers. It was powerful and obviously not easy to deal with. Of course, this was only for ordinary third-order Origin Kings. This array was arranged by an Origin King realm cultivator. No matter how powerful it was, it could not surpass a limit. However, Yang Kai was in existence that surpassed that limit and broke the rules. Troublesome. Yang Kai muttered softly, and pushed a little more power. The palm print, which was already covering the sky, suddenly expanded by half, and its power suddenly increased. Xi Xianming's face was gloomy. He, who controlled the 8 desolate array core, believed that he would not allow the enemy's sneak attack to succeed. Just as he was about to control the ghost hand to compete, he suddenly saw the palm print expand, and was shocked. The enemy still had some strength left. How was this possible? Xi Xianming almost thought that there was something wrong with his eyes, but the pressure coming from his body was clearly not fake. Under his dumbstruck gaze, the pitch-black ghost hand and the gigantic palm print collided. The palm print paused for a moment before pressing down with a loud bang. Although its color was clearly much dimmer, the situation of the ghost hand was even more unbearable. It was like a piece of firewood that was cracking inch by inch. Xi Xianming used all of his strength, and was actually unable to stop the coverage of the palm print. The world suddenly darkened, and even the light was blocked. The palm print slammed into the ink spot, and a violent pressure surged out. The ground suddenly caved in, and a huge crater suddenly appeared. The ink spot collapsed, and if one looked down from the sky, they would see a clear 5-finger print on the ground, covering the area originally covered by the ink spot. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk a series of muffled sounds rang out as bodies exploded into dust. None of the cultivator below the Origin King realm, who was caught in the ink spot, were spared. Some could not withstand the pressure before the palm print descended, and some were turned into meat patties by the palm print. One by one, the buildings were reduced to dust. Only a few Origin Kings were lucky enough to escape, but all of them were seriously injured. Many people did not even realize what had happened. They only felt a sense of crisis, and then pain all over their bodies. At this moment, they looked around blankly, and could not help but open their mouths wide. The 8 desolate array core had been broken. The Great Desolate Star Territory's several years of operation had been completely wiped out. Countless disciples had been killed or injured. Such a loss could only be described as heavy. Xi Xianming coughed up a mouthful of blood. His legs were completely shattered from the knees down, revealing his white bones. Blood flowed freely as he sat on the ground and looked around in horror. Although his cultivation was the highest here, and he was the strongest, he was the one who presided over the array core. He thought that he could compete with Yang Kai with the 8 desolate array core, but he did not expect to underestimate the other party's methods. After the 8 desolate array core was broken, the pressure he suffered was much greater than the others. His end was also the most miserable. Even the array disc in his hand had exploded, leaving him covered in dust. The other Origin Kings were also seriously injured at this moment, but they did not fall into his situation. Who was it? How could there be someone with such shocking methods in this world? Breaking the 8 desolate array core with a single palm was simply too incredible. Seemingly aware of something, Xi Xianming looked up and saw a handsome young man slowly floating down from the sky. He stood in midair and looked down. Is it this person? Xan Xianming released his divine sense and found that he could not detect the depth of this person's cultivation. Immediately after, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl flew down. She was delicate and gave off an unfathomable feeling. Your Excellency, who are you? Xan Xianming endured the piercing pain from his wounds and asked bitterly. Being stared at by this person, he did not even have the desire to escape. He knew that today was not a good day, but even if he died, he had to know. At the very least, he would know who was attacking them. Perhaps he could even pass on this news before he died. It seems that I didn't kill the wrong person. Yang Kai ignored him and turned his head to look around. This was the cultivator of Great Desolate Star's territory. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai arrived in front of Xan Xianming and stepped on his chest. Placing his arm on his thigh, Yang Kai leaned down and glared at him. Old dog, I want to ask you about someone's whereabouts. Where is this Star Master? Pay. Xan Xianming opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood at Yang Kai. The person who had come was ruthless and merciless. Clearly, he was targeting them. Xan Xianming knew that he had no way out today. It would be useless even if he begged for mercy. So, he decided not to waste his time and appeared to be extremely free and easy. Yang Kai waved his hand, and the mouthful of blood flew back into Xan Xianming's mouth, only to become extremely hard and shatter his teeth. Grinning, Yang Kai said, You dare spit on me? Old dog, are you tired of living? Xan Xianming sneered. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to scrape me, then scrape me. Enough talk. Yang Kai sneered. If you want to kill me, then kill me? Who do you think you are? This young master won't kill you. If you don't kill this old master, when this old master rises one day, he will make you pay back 100-fold. Xan Xianming shouted. Then this young master will wait. Yang Kai grinned at him, took his big foot off his chest, and turned to look at the other Origin King. Behind him, Xan Xianming's eyes flashed with a smug light. This kind of provocation was really useful. Although it was a bit cliché, it often had a miraculous effect, especially when dealing with these young and powerful guys. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and ridiculed. You're not so naive as to think I'll really spare your life, are you? Xan Xianming's heart jumped and his Saint Chi surged, but before he could do anything, a burst of energy slammed into his forehead, causing his eyes to widen as he died with remaining grievances. Old men who don't die are thieves, sure enough. Yang Kai coldly snorted before turning back to the injured Origin Kings and shouting, All right, who will answer my question now? Although his voice was not loud when he asked the question just now, these survivors were all Origin Kings, so how could they not hear him? At this moment, hearing this, one of them asked cautiously, If we answer you, is there a way out? As soon as his voice fell, his figure suddenly trembled, and his 2 arms flew off. Pain shot through his body as he screamed. As he staggered back, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Feeling a chill on his legs, he looked down and saw that his legs had been cut off at the knees. His 4 limbs had been severed. A miserable howl resounded through the sky. Dantian felt another stab of pain, as all his strength was drained from his body. His cultivation had been crippled. The rest of the people felt their blood run cold. Yang Kai said coldly, I was just asking casually. It's your freedom to answer or not. Fight it out with him. Someone shouted. Yang Kai was so cruel and tyrannical that even if they answered him, they would not be able to survive. Everyone had cultivated to the Origin King realm, and none of them were fools. Even if Yang Kai promised to give them a way out, no one would believe him. If they wanted to live, they could only join forces to fight. Let's go all out. Immediately, someone agreed and rushed towards Kai Yang. In an instant, 7 or 8 figures surrounded him, all of them surging with murderous intent as they pressed forward. Chapter 3149. A moment later, the ground was littered with corpses. Apart from Yang Kai and Lu Yen, there were no other survivors. In the end, not everyone was a tough nut to crack. Although the surviving Origin Kings had joined forces at the last moment, it was nothing more than ants trying to shake a giant tree. Witnessing Yang Kai's murderous ferocity, One of them could not bear the pressure, and told Yang Kai the answer he wanted. Although he did not escape death, he was at least happy. 9 Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. This name was quite familiar to him. Having said that, he was still the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land back on Tongxian Realm. Later, a group of subordinates from 9 Heavens Holy Land had been brought to Shadowed Star by him. But this time, he had not seen them on Shadowed Star. Now that he thought about it, they had probably returned here with Xia Ningchang. After all, this was their homeland, and with foreign enemies invading, they naturally could not ignore them. Xia Ningchang choosing 9 Heavens Holy Land as her foundation was a kind of nostalgia for him. Let's go! Yang Kai beckoned to Lu Yen, and Lu Yen rushed to his side and flew side by side with Yang Kai towards 9 Heavens Holy Land. After Xian Xianming was killed and the 8 Desolation Array core was broken, in another ink spot on Tongxian Realm, a third-order Origin King Realm old man suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes from his meditation and revealed a look of fear. At that moment, he faintly noticed something, as if a great crisis was about to descend. Frowning, he took out an array plate and used his Saint Chi to probe, but his face suddenly changed drastically. This array plate was the one that controlled this 8 Desolate Array. But because of the particularity of the 8 Desolate Spirit Sealing Array, this array plate could communicate with the other 7 array plates. At this moment, the old man sensed through this array plate and found that the remaining 6 array plates were safe and sound. Only the 8 Desolate Array core was unresponsive. He seemed to have lost contact with the 8 Desolate Array core. In an instant, an incredible thought popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai stood up and quickly arrived at a secret room. The secret room was filled with runes and spirit array patterns. Obviously, it was a carefully arranged spirit array, but Yang Kai didn't know what effect it had. The old man activated the spirit array, and the entire secret room immediately flickered. A moment later, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That figure only had a human silhouette and no facial features. It was as if it was cast from water, constantly changing. As soon as this figure appeared, it said, "Third Elder, I happen to have something I wanted to talk to you about. Just now, I heard some movement from Vice Sect Master Xian's side. I tried to contact Vice Sect Master Xian to ask about the situation, but I didn't get any response. Now, even the connection between the array plates has disappeared. Does Third Elder know what happened to Vice Sect Master Xian?" When the Third Elder heard this, the uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger. If he was the only one whose array plate had lost contact with the array core, there might have been a small accident. Perhaps things would improve after a while, but now even this old man was in the same situation as him. Coupled with the fact that he was the closest to the array core and had noticed some movement, the problem was obviously big. The Third Elder said, "This old master summoned you here because of this array plate. I don't know the specifics, but Vice Sect Master Xian hasn't responded. Let's wait and see how the others are doing." As the two of them were talking, a few more illusory figures appeared in the secret room one after another. Even though they were far away from each other, under the guidance of the secret room's formation, everyone could still gather together and communicate as if they were facing each other. It could be said to be extremely convenient. Including the Third Elder, there were a total of 7 figures in the secret room. They were the masters from the Great Desolate Star Territory, who presided over the 7-8 Desolation Arrays. After a brief exchange, everyone discovered a shocking fact. They had completely lost contact with the array core, and even Vice Sect Master Xian had disappeared without a trace. The secret room was silent for a moment before one of them said in horror, "It couldn't be. Impossible." Another person immediately refuted. "Vice Sect Master Xian is a third-order Origin King. Even if we fought alone, we would not be his opponent. He is also presiding over the 8 Desolation Array core. So who could possibly be his opponent? Vice Sect Master Xian should be fine. You old third, you were the closest to the array core. Tell us what you saw just now." Everyone turned their eyes to the figure who had first arrived here. You old third said in a low voice. A stream of light fell from the sky, causing the earth to tremble, and then there was no more news from the array core. The secret room became even more silent. "You old third said. Although it's hard to believe, judging from the current situation, Vice Sect Master Xan might really be." As he spoke, he couldn't help but shudder. If that was the case, then Netherworld Sect had really provoked a powerful enemy this time. But who could have such shocking means? "Third Elder, what should we do now?" The third elder's face was solemn as he pondered for a moment before letting out a long breath. Seemingly having made a difficult decision. "We must cut off all means of retreat." Everyone was startled, and someone immediately said, "Third Elder, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. We have been operating here for several years, and will be able to complete our mission in half a year. If we do this now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Yes, we should first determine the situation with Vice Sect Master Xian before making any further plans." "Foolish," the third elder snorted. "This old man knows you don't want to believe it, but the truth is right in front of us. How can we not believe it? If Vice Sect Master Xian is really safe, why didn't he send a message? Why didn't the 8 Desolation Array Corps respond? I'm afraid the odds are against him. No matter who it is, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop that person. If that person could kill Vice Sect Master Xian under the protection of the Array Corps, then that person could break into these subformations and take their lives. It takes courage to cut off one's wrist. Moreover, our efforts won't all be in vain." "Third Elder, you mean?" The third elder sneered, luring the snake out of its hole. "Moreover, it's time for that hidden chess piece to play its role. At that time, as long as we can subdue that Star Lord, it doesn't matter whether we have the 8 Desolation Array Corps or not. With the Star Lord's power, we might be able to fight that unknown enemy." Hearing this, everyone pondered for a moment and understood his plan. You Old Third was the first to agree. "I agree with the third elder's decision." The main reason was that there was no sense of security in continuing to stay in these subformations, so it was better to take a gamble and have a glimmer of hope. Everyone present was an Origin King and had lived for many years, so they quickly understood the pros and cons of such a decision. Naturally, no one objected and everyone nodded in agreement. "In that case, everyone go prepare. After a stick of incense worth of time, we will work together to catch them off guard." Everyone nodded, and their figures disappeared like flowing water. Soon, only the third elder was left in the secret room, standing in place with his brow furrowed. The uneasiness in his heart had not dissipated, and had instead intensified after he made this decision. Gritting his teeth, the third elder put aside these distracting thoughts, and turned around to leave the secret room. At this point he had no better idea. Yang Kai, who was rushing all the way to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, frowned as he looked down at the ground below with a gloomy expression. The current situation of Tongxian realm was very unsatisfactory. The world energy aura here was even thinner than when he left all those years ago, and the so-called spirit mountains and rivers had lost their former charm. It was as if all the stars had fallen seriously ill. If things continued like this, even if the Netherworld Sect and the Cultivator on Great Desolate Star did not wreak havoc, it would not take more than 100 years for the world energy aura here to be completely depleted. At that time, it would be impossible for another cultivator to be born, and the lives of mortals would become more and more difficult until the world energy aura was completely exhausted and the source collapsed, turning the planet into a dead star. Many of the countless dead stars in the territory of Tongxian realm had undergone such a transformation step by step. Perhaps tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years ago, these stars were still full of vitality and flourishing. But with the changes of the flowing time Great Emperor, even the brightest stars would die. People were born, grew old, got sick and died, and the stars were no exception. The world of the cultivator was greatly affected, not to mention the world of mortals. Natural disasters were constant, and countless people were displaced. There were tragedies everywhere. This time, even if the cultivator on Great Desolate Star was driven away, it would take at least 100 years for Tongxian realm to recover its yuan qi. Even though he had not returned to Tongxian realm for many years, as the holy master of Nine Heavens' holy land, he was still very familiar with this land. Thinking that he would be able to see Xiaoning Chang and Shuiyu soon, his mood improved a lot. After seeing them to relieve the pain of lovesickness, he would deal with the small fries on Great Desolate Star's territory. Among the 9 peaks, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant, and the world energy was abundant. Tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered here, but many of them looked worried. This was the last pure land in the entire Tongxian realm. As the Star Master, Xiaoning Chang was unable to stop the invasion of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, nor could she stop them from arranging the 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array to poison Tongxian realm's world energy, but she could still protect Nine Heavens' holy land. With her here, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory would never be able to take a single step into the 9 peaks. At this moment in the main hall there were many people. Led by Meng Wuya, an old demon, there was Nine Heavens' holy land Saintess and Ling, Elder Qian Ning, Li Rong and Han Fei of the ancient demon clan, Hu Jiao, and Hu Mayor of Twin Spirit Pavilion, the Palace Master of Dragon Phoenix Palace, and Wizard Jia of Netherworld Sect. In the main hall, there were about 30 acquaintances of Yang Kai. Except for a few people he knew in the central capital, the rest were friends he had made in Tongxian realm. In addition to these people, there was another familiar figure. The young Union Master of Sword Union, Gu Jianxian, was also the son of Gu Tsangyin. This person had a special constitution, the Great Void Sword Body, which made him a natural talent for the Sword Dao. After so many years, he was still as handsome and elegant as ever. His left and right sword servants Ling Yuan and Xing were by his side. After so many years of tempering, he had become more and more mature, no longer possessing the threatening sword intent of the past. His whole person was like a sword hidden in a scabbard, and although he did not reveal his full strength, when he attacked, it was as if he was a bolt of lightning. At this moment, he was discussing something with another person in a low voice. This person was the current leader of Purple Star, one of the top forces in Tongxian realm territory, Ziwuji. Chapter 3150. Back then, the sect master of Purple Star, Zilong, had a falling out with Yang Kai because of his son, and was killed by Yang Kai and his embodiment in the star field, causing Purple Star to be leaderless for many years, resulting in constant internal strife. However, in the end, Ziwuji took over and became the new sect master of Purple Star. However, before Ziwuji could enjoy the joy of becoming an overlord, the territory of Great Desolate Star invaded. However, due to years of internal strife, Purple Star's strength had greatly decreased compared to before. In the face of the Grand Desolation Star Field's masters, they were simply unable to resist. In less than half a year, they were completely uprooted by the Grand Desolation Star Field, losing several cultivation stars. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ziwuji took some of his subordinates to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and lived a stable life for a while. However, as Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was unable to hold on, he could only rush to Tongxian realm with Shuiyu and the others. Sword Union's experience was similar. Over the years, the cultivator in Great Desolate Star territory had become unruly in the Hung Luo Star Field. Since Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce could not resist, Sword Union naturally could not either, and several of its former top forces fell one after another. This was also the reason why everyone had gathered here. Nine Heavens' holy land was the last pure land, and hope for all of them. If they couldn't even protect this place, there would likely be no place for them in the vast star territory. Over the years, they had not sat still and waited for death. After discovering that Netherworld Sect had arranged the 8 Desolation Array, they had repeatedly tried to harass it. But unfortunately, the 8 Desolation Array was too powerful, and they could not break through it. Even if they were contaminated by the Black Qi for a long time, they would feel dizzy, and their Saint Qi would not be enough. Although they managed to kill some people, they were all insignificant pawns that had little impact on Netherworld Sect's grand plan. It could be said that this group of people had brought Nine Heavens' holy land to its end. Although they did not know what effect the 8 Desolation Array had, they could tell that once it was activated, even Xia Ningchang would no longer be able to protect them. After all, the foundation of Tongxian realm was too shallow. If it were a star like Shadowed Star, or Water Moon Star that had a star master, how could the cultivator on Great Desolate Star act so presumptuously? How is Sister Xia now? Ziwuji asked quietly. Gu Jianxan hugged the simple sword and slowly shook his head. I haven't seen her in 2 months. The last time I saw her. Let's not talk about it. Gu Jianxan couldn't bear to see such a person suffer such torment because of the poison in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Is Miss Shuiyu taking care of her? Gu Jianxan nodded. They're like sisters, so it's only right to take care of them. That brother Yang Kai sure is lucky. Ziwuji chuckled lightly before continuing. It's just that he's not a man, running away on his own while leaving his woman to suffer here. Gu Jianxan frowned when he heard this. He was a sword cultivator, and had a straightforward and resolute nature, so he didn't like to hear others speak ill of others behind their backs. However, this was their freedom, so even if he didn't like it, he didn't want to refute it. Speaking of which, he also felt that Yang Kai had gone too far. He had been gone for several dozen years without any news, leaving behind a few women to work hard in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Gu Jianxan didn't know if he was unable to come back, or if he had long forgotten these women. If it was the latter, it would be too sad. Ziwuji said sourly. That Sister Xia is both beautiful and intelligent, gentle and quiet. If this Z can win her favor. Brother Z. Gu Jianxan raised his head and glanced at him sharply, implying a warning. Others may not have known, but Gu Jianxan was well aware of this. Since the first time Ziwuji saw Xia Ningchang, he had been shocked by her beauty, and had repeatedly expressed his admiration towards her. Gu Jianxan simply pretended not to know. Now that they were in a bad situation, and Ziwuji was a second-order origin king, it wasn't worth it to make such a fuss. It was just that Ziwuji's words today had been too blunt. But then again, although that Sister Xia had always been wearing a veil, making it impossible to see her true face, anyone who saw her would still feel a rush of excitement. Shuiyu was also an extraordinary woman, but because she had been in a high position for many years, it was inevitable that she would give off an air of arrogance, making others feel a sense of distance. On the other hand, even though Xia Ningchang was a star master and a third-order origin king, she never put on airs and had an extremely gentle temperament. What man would not want such a woman? She was a perfect example of a good wife and mother, and whoever could marry her would have to cultivate 10 lifetimes of good fortune. It was inevitable that Ziwuji would fall in love with her. Perhaps Ziwuji also had thoughts of taking advantage of her to ascend. Xia Ningchang was also a star master, so if he could really marry her, breaking through to the third-order origin king realm in the future would not be just wishful thinking. The friendship between Gu Jianxan and Ziwuji was not too deep. Before coming to Tongxian realm, they had not had many dealings, so Gu Jianxan did not know much about Ziwuji's temperament. But at this moment, seeing Ziwuji's rude words, Gu Jianxan had no choice but to give him a warning. Without mentioning anything else, if Ziwuji revealed such intentions in front of others, he would definitely be rejected by Shuiyu, Meng Wuya, and the others. Ziwuji also knew that he had misspoken and smiled awkwardly. Good fortune, good fortune. It was unknown who he was referring to. At the same time, in a room in the inner hall, Xia Ningchang was lying weakly on the bed, a faint black qi covering her body, as if she was terminally ill. Tongxian realm had been ravaged by the Netherworld sect, and as the Star Master, she had been the most directly affected. The 8 desolate spirit lock array was like a shackle that locked her body, and the 8 spirit arrays were like poisonous boils that constantly eroded her vitality. Her veil had been removed, revealing a face that could captivate all living beings. Her face was pale, causing anyone who saw it to feel distressed. Shuiyu sat beside the bed, holding her hand tightly, her heart filled with self-blame. At that time, Water Moon Star had been destroyed, and she had no choice but to come to Tongxian realm to seek Xia Ningchang's protection. But now it seemed that this was a very wrong decision. Tongxian realm was located in the periphery of the Star Territory, and was not valued by the Great Desolate Star Territory. It was only because she had brought a group of people here that they had attracted their pursuers. If it weren't for her, Tongxian realm would not have been ravaged, and Xia Ningchang would not have suffered such torture. The more she thought about it, the more she felt guilty, wishing she could take his place. The figure of a man appeared in front of her eyes, causing her to grit her teeth and shout in her heart, "Where are you now?" Suddenly Xia Ningchang, who was lying on the bed, groaned as her delicate brow furrowed and her aura became unstable. Shuiyu was startled, and quickly raised her hand to press her forehead gently while at the same time pouring her Saint Qi into her body. Her furrowed brow slowly relaxed and her unstable aura stabilized. However, Shuiyu did not stop, thinking that something was wrong with her body. Shua. Xia Ningchang suddenly opened her eyes, and a bright light bloomed from them. "Ningchang!" Shuiyu called out in surprise. She had not seen Xia Ningchang show such an expression for a long time. In the past few years, she had been sick, and even her figure had become thin and weak. What happened? Did the Great Desolate Star Territory finally make a move? Xia Ningchang raised her hand and grabbed Shuiyu's arm with all her strength. Her strength was so great that Shuiyu felt a trace of pain. Although she was still weak, Xia Ningchang's face was filled with joy. "If you have something to say it slowly. I'm here," Shuiyu quickly comforted. He's here," Xia Ningchang said. "Who's here?" Shuiyu asked suspiciously, but as soon as she spoke, she was stunned as an unbelievable thought popped into her mind. Xia Ningchang smiled. "He's here." It was the same sentence, but Shuiyu clearly understood the meaning behind it. Her heart suddenly thumped violently as she pursed her lips and said, He's really here?" Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. "I can feel it, he's coming this way. Elder sister, you, go pick him up, but don't let him come to me." After saying this, Xia Ningchang closed her eyes, as if she had fallen asleep, but a faint energy fluctuation came from her body. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and stopped. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth reacted abnormally, flickering with fluorescent light, as if countless fireflies were dancing around him. These light dots quickly gathered in the middle, turning into a beautiful, multicolored butterfly that danced around Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his finger. The butterfly immediately fell on his finger. "Little senior sister." Yang Kai looked at the multicolored butterfly and called out softly. It was impossible for this butterfly to appear out of nowhere, so someone must have used some kind of secret technique. But besides Lu Yan, there was no one else around Yang Kai, so besides Xia Ningchang, there was no one else who could do this. It seemed that Xia Ningchang had also noticed his arrival, so she had deliberately given him some instructions, fearing that he would not be able to find them. As the Star Master, it was not surprising that Xia Ningchang could detect his arrival. She also had the ability to do so. However, why didn't Xia Ningchang show up in person? Before Yang Kai had time to think about this, the butterfly spread its wings and flew off, heading in the direction of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Its movements were not big, but its speed was extremely fast, seemingly reflecting Xia Ningchang's urgent mood at the moment. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. In any case, he would be able to see Xia Ningchang in a short while, and when that time came, everything would become clear. Inside Nine Heaven's Holy Land's main hall, the originally noisy hall suddenly quieted down after a single person walked out. Meng Wuya hurriedly stood up and looked anxiously at Shuiyu. "Madam Yu, how is Ningchang now?" He had raised Xia Ningchang single-handedly and treated her like his own daughter, so now that she was in such a difficult situation, he naturally couldn't sit still. However, Xia Ningchang's current condition wasn't an ordinary injury or illness, but one that was closely related to the vitality of the entire Tongxian realm. There was simply no medicine that could cure her. Unless all the cultivators in the Grand Desolation star field were driven away, and the entire star was properly managed, perhaps after a few dozen or 100 years, When the vitality of the star was restored, Xia Ningchang would be able to recover. Shuiyu shook her head gently. Meng Wuye immediately knew that the situation was still not optimistic, and clapped his hands in annoyance, turning the chair under him into dust. Chapter 3151. Old Demon asked, "Madam Yu, is something the matter?" Seeing Shuiyu's solemn expression carry a trace of excitement as she looked outside the hall, he immediately realized something. But when he followed her gaze, there was nothing there. The 9 peaks were now under the protection of Xia Ningchang's Star Master, so it was impossible for anyone from Great Desolate Star's territory to force their way in. Shuiyu suppressed the excitement in her heart and walked out of the hall step by step. When everyone saw this, they exchanged glances with each other before following her outside. In an instant, everyone gathered outside the hall. Meng Wuya glanced at Old Demon, both of them slowly shaking their heads, not knowing what was going on. Suddenly, the 9 peaks grand array trembled. Meng Wuya's face paled as he said, "An enemy is attacking." Everyone else was also on high alert. Shuiyu raised her hand. "Don't be nervous." As soon as these words came out, everyone calmed down and looked up, only to see the grand array rumbling as it opened on its own. Not because it had been attacked by an enemy, but because it had opened on its own. The method to control this grand array was in Shuiyu's hands, and besides her, only Xia Ningchang could control it. But now, Shuiyu had not done anything yet the grand array had opened on its own, so it was obviously Xia Ningchang's doing. Before they could figure out why Xia Ningchang would do such a thing, a figure suddenly walked out from the fog. It seemed like there was no movement, but in a few steps, it appeared in front of everyone. Its speed was so fast that no one was able to react. Everyone stared at him, as if a spell had been cast on them, stupefied. Only Shuiyu quietly stared at Yang Kai, a complex mix of love and hate flashing in her eyes as they gradually turned red. Yang Kai smiled at her, and Shuiyu could no longer hold back her tears as they slid down her cheeks. Even though this man had disappeared without a trace for several decades, he still appeared in front of her at the most critical moment. In an instant, she had found someone to rely on, and was no longer as restless as before, calming down a lot. "Young master." Old Demon's lips trembled with excitement. Subordinates greet Holy Master. And Ling Qian Ning, and the others also recovered and stepped forward, half kneeling on the ground. "Greetings, master." The ancient demon clans Li Rong and Han Fei also quickly saluted. Yang Kai, Hu Jiao Er, and her sister covered their red lips as they cried out in shock. Everyone's eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at him. They had never before seen him here, as if they were dreaming. Ziwuji asked in amazement, "Little brother Gu, could this person be the sect master of Shadowed Star?" Gu Jian replied solemnly, his brow furrowing slightly as he tightened his grip on his sword. At that moment, the simple sword in his bosom had actually transmitted a sense of fear, causing him to be unable to even raise his fighting spirit when he looked at Yang Kai. As a sword cultivator, this was basically impossible. A sword cultivator's heart was firm, and when they encountered a strong opponent, their first thought was to fight and temper their sword cultivation. However, when he saw Yang Kai, his own sword was actually warning him, as if it was telling him that no matter what, he was not Yang Kai's opponent. Just how high was his cultivation? Even his spirit sword felt fear. Ziwuji heard this and was startled. So it was him. It turned out to be him. Back then, Yang Kai had acted presumptuously on Purple Star's home star, and even killed several Purple Star masters. Later, Purple Star confirmed that both Zilong and his son had died at Yang Kai's hands, so the hatred between them was absolutely irreconcilable. However, this was the first time Ziwuji had seen Yang Kai, so naturally he did not recognize him. What's more, what happened back then was already a thing of the past. Now Ziwuji needed to rely on Xia Ningchang's protection to survive, so how could he show any hostility to Yang Kai? Yang Kai walked over to Shuiyu, stretched out his hand and wiped her tears, saying softly, "Don't cry, I'm back." The tears in her eyes stopped, and Shuiyu turned her head away, not letting him touch her as she reached out, and wiped the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai was stunned, but in front of so many people, it was not appropriate for him to linger, so he simply waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite." Everyone was lifted into the air, unable to resist at all. "Where's Ningchang?" Yang Kai looked at Shuiyu and asked. Xia Ningchang had led him here, but now he had not shown up, which was a big problem. Coupled with what he had seen before, Yang Kai immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Shuiyu lowered her eyes and did not answer. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya sighed and slowly shook his head. Yang Kai's face collapsed instantly, as all his expectations collapsed and his heart sank, as if it was about to sink into an endless abyss. "Come with me." Shuiyu beckoned to him and walked towards the inner hall. Although she had many complaints about him, in the end, how could this matter be blamed on him? She only blamed herself for leading the pursuers here, bringing disaster to Tongxian realm and Xia Ningchang. She was not a woman who would pester endlessly, and her indifference to Yang Kai was not because she resented him, but rather because she felt ashamed to see him. If something really happened to Xia Ningchang, she would be the culprit. Yang Kai stepped forward to catch up with her, and reached out to grab her soft hands. Her small hands were cold, as if they had no temperature, and after struggling slightly, she could only let him go, not daring to look at him. The figures of the two disappeared, but the outside of the hall was still quiet. The long period of depression and uneasiness had not been alleviated much by the arrival of Yang Kai, because everyone understood that even if Yang Kai's cultivation was heaven-defying, and he could drive away the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, the injuries suffered by Xia Ningchang could not be easily healed. At that moment, another small figure slowly walked over. Meng Wuya let out a soft cry of surprise and looked at her. The next moment, he revealed an astonished expression. He discovered that the small figure was actually a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. She was very cute, but gave people a very strange feeling. After carefully thinking about it, he immediately understood why it was so strange. No expression. This little girl's face did not have the slightest change of expression, just like an ancient well. It was very strange. In front of the little girl, there was a multicolored butterfly fluttering. She walked up the stairs from the foot of the mountain, step by step, neither fast nor slow, as if she was chasing the multicolored butterfly, but also as if she did not want to miss it. "She probably doesn't want to see you." Outside the inner hall, Shuiyu stopped and said with her head lowered. She didn't want to see him. Not that she didn't want to see him, but she didn't dare let him see her haggard appearance. As a woman, Shuiyu could understand her feelings. Women always wanted to show their best side in front of the man they liked. Yang Kai held her hand tightly. "Thank you for your hard work." Tears once again poured out uncontrollably, as if the past few decades of longing and all the grievances she had suffered could disappear with this one sentence. Shuiyu shook her head. "Ning Chang is the one who has suffered the most. You can talk to her, but don't force your way in." Yang Kai nodded, turned to face the door, raised his hand, and knocked gently, calling out, "Is anyone home?" There was no response from inside the room, but Yang Kai could clearly feel Xia Ningchang's aura. But it was extremely weak, like a thin thread that could break at any time. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart ache, and at the same time, his murderous intent soared. Xia Ningchang's current state was undoubtedly related to the actions of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, on Tongxian realm. All of them had to die. None of them should even think of escaping. "If you're at home, please open the door." Yang Kai restrained his murderous intent, his voice still soft. There was still no response. Yang Kai continued. "Ningchang, I'm back. Can you see me? Junior brother, I miss you very much. All these years I've been away. I often think of you. Now that I'm finally back, do you have the heart to shut me out?" Yang Kai rambled on for a while. Shuiyu grabbed Yang Kai's arm and slowly shook her head. Xia Ningchang was usually extremely gentle and obedient to Yang Kai, but when it came to her image in Yang Kai's eyes, she also had her own principles. Yang Kai sighed and shrugged. "All right then, Ningchang, you rest well. Junior brother, I'll go kill all those small fries and avenge you first before coming back to see you." Turning around, he winked at Shuiyu. Shuiyu understood and turned to leave with him. But after taking a few steps, they suddenly heard a loud noise from the room behind them. Shuiyu and Yang Kai glanced at each other and both paled. With a bang, the door was knocked open, and Yang Kai rushed into the room and helped Xia Ningchang up from the bed. His hand touched Xia Ningchang's back, but now his little senior sister was much thinner. Although she wasn't completely skin and bones, he estimated she only weighed about 70 kilograms. With her height, 90 kilograms or even 100 kilograms was normal. Her thin flesh and bones pressed against Yang Kai's hand, piercing Yang Kai's heart. However, Kai Yang was not in the mood to pay attention to this, because at this moment, Xia Ningchang was spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blanket on the bed had been dyed a deep red, and her body was shrouded in a faint black aura. At this moment, the black aura was like a living thing that was constantly churning. Not only that, some parts of her body had become extremely dark, as if someone had sprinkled ink on her body. This situation was exactly the same as when Yang Kai looked down at Tongxian realm from high up in the sky. The only difference was that those ink spots before were all over the world, but now they were all on little senior sister's body. After counting, there were exactly 7 of them. Great Desolate Star Territory Netherworld Sect, you're courting death. Although Yang Kai didn't know why such a sudden change had occurred, it was obvious that there was some movement on Great Desolate Star's territory. He had just broken the array core of the Great Array, and now his little senior sister had been killed. There was definitely some kind of connection between them. The ink spots were slowly expanding, and although they weren't fast, a slight movement would affect the whole situation. Every time these ink spots expanded, they would devour Xia Ningchang's vitality, making the black qi shrouding her body thicker. If these ink spots expanded to cover her whole body, Xia Ningchang's fate would be sealed. Chapter 3152. Ningchang. Shuiyu was dumbfounded as she stood rooted to the spot, never having expected such a turn of events. She had thought that it was because of Yang Kai's return, but now it seemed that things were not so simple. Kai Yang sat sideways on the bed, letting Xia Ningchang lie in his arms. Both of his hands went under her armpits, holding her small hands, and methodically pouring his pure qi into her body. Yang Kai had sealed his cultivation, so although he could only display the strength of a peak origin king, the essence of his emperor qi had not changed much. Emperor qi was 2 levels higher than source qi and saint qi, so pouring it into Xia Ningchang's body immediately had a miraculous effect. The 7 black dots that had been slowly spreading across Xia Ningchang's body slowed down significantly, and even showed signs of being suppressed. Even the tumbling black qi around her body stabilized. Yang Kai worked hard for half a quarter of an hour, carefully not daring to relax, but he could only suppress the 7 black dots to the size of a fist. He knew that these black dots were only external manifestations of Xia Ningchang's body. The most fundamental cause was the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory, who had tampered with Tongxian realm. If Yang Kai was not wrong, it should be the effect of those Yin Qi spirit arrays. Tongxian realm was closely related to Xia Ningchang, so if he wanted to solve Xia Ningchang's current problem, he must first solve the disaster on Tongxian realm. In other words, unless those spirit arrays were uprooted, it would be impossible to get rid of these black dots. Uprooting those spirit arrays was not difficult, and Yang Kai only needed to make a trip there, but the premise was that he had to stabilize Xia Ningchang's vitality first. The black qi and black dots that shrouded her body were constantly devouring her vitality and Tongxian realm's vitality, making her extremely weak. Now that they had suddenly erupted, she was immediately hit hard. If Xia Ningchang's vitality was not stabilized first, she would be in danger of dying. Raising his hand, Yang Kai threw several jade bottles to Shuiyu. Take out some pills and give them to her. Shuiyu caught them, opened the caps, and poured out some spirit pills. Pinching Xia Ningchang's small mouth, she stuffed these spirit pills into her mouth, before pressing her hand on her chest, and slowly guiding her saint qi downwards to help her dissolve the medicinal efficacies. However, the effects were minor. However, the effect wasn't great. These spirit pills were only Dao source grade, so their effects were limited. Yang Kai had many emperor pills on hand, but with Xia Ningchang's cultivation, he couldn't give her any of them. Otherwise, just one would be enough to cause her body to explode. He slapped his head and scolded himself for being foolish. He had actually forgotten about that thing at such a crucial moment. Immersing his consciousness into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai took out a green leaf a moment later. On this leaf was a drop of milky white juice. This juice was white and flawless, but it contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, as if it wasn't just a drop of juice, but a life of its own. The leaf was the same. The leaf was the leaf of the immortal tree, and the sap was also the sap of the immortal tree. Both were extremely precious, and even in the star boundary, they were treasures that would cause countless people to fight for them. But at this moment, they were taken out by Yang Kai without hesitation. If it could resolve Xia Ningchang's current crisis, Yang Kai would not hesitate to refine the immortal tree. However, Yang Kai had not yet found a way to refine the immortal tree, so a single leaf and a single drop of sap was the limit of what Xia Ningchang could bear. Pinching open her mouth, Yang Kai put the leaf and the sap into her mouth. Yang Kai raised his hand and gently patted her back, causing the two things to roll into his stomach. Pushing his emperor chi slightly, Yang Kai felt as if he was holding a delicate porcelain, his movements extremely gentle. Any moment of carelessness could cause Xia Ningchang, who was in his arms, to suffer an accident. The leaf and sap of the immortal tree slowly melted, and the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pills she had taken before also spread out. A faint green light suddenly bloomed from Xia Ningchang's body and merged with the black qi, diluting it. Seeing this, Shuiyu wept with joy. Although she did not know what method Yang Kai had used, or what he had given Xia Ningchang, the scene before her undoubtedly showed that Xia Ningchang was getting better. Sure enough, it was impossible to live without a man at home. Shuiyu could not help much at the moment, so she could only constantly call out Xia Ningchang's name, hoping to wake her up. The green light gradually became stronger, and the exhausted vitality gradually recovered. The black qi that shrouded Xia Ningchang's body was suppressed, and the two colors intertwined on her body, gradually reaching a balance. The effects of the immortal tree were extremely powerful. If it were anyone else, even if they were on the verge of death or seriously injured, they would still be alive and kicking at this moment. But Xia Ningchang's situation was different. The root of the problem was that the immortal tree had not been able to solve the root of the problem. With a moan, Xia Ningchang's eyelashes trembled. Soon after, her eyes slowly opened to a slit. Shuiyu whispered, "Ningchang, Ningchang." "You, elder sister." Xia Ningchang's eyes were a little dazed, but after seeing Shuiyu's appearance, her mind gradually returned to normal. But soon, she felt herself lying in a spacious and comfortable embrace, and her mouth and nose were filled with a longing scent. Leaning her head back and resting it on Yang Kai's shoulder, Xia Ningchang looked at the side of his face and smiled bitterly. Junior brother. She did not want to see him, but in the end, he still saw her like this, so it must be very, very ugly. Call me husband. Yang Kai gently touched her with his forehead. Xia Ningchang's pale face turned slightly red, but it disappeared in a flash as she lowered her head and softly called out. Yang Kai laughed. It's fine if Su Yan calls me junior brother, but everyone can't call me that. For better or worse, this husband is the head of the family. Where will I put my face in the future? He turned his head to look at Shuiyu and asked, What about you? Shuiyu shyly said, You save Ningchang first. Xia Ningchang said, I feel much better. After a few words, her complexion improved a lot, and even her voice became louder. She no longer felt as uncomfortable as before. Wrapped in the green light, her whole body felt warm and comfortable. She wished she could lie in this man's arms until the end of time. Shuiyu angrily said, Ningchang, how can you be like this? Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and smiled. Shuiyu said, Husband. She stared at Yang Kai with an expression that said, Are you satisfied now? A person flashed through the door. It was Meng Wuya, and his face was full of anxiety. He and the others had been outside the hall before, so they did not know what had happened here. Now that he saw Xia Ningchang lying in Yang Kai's arms with a shy expression, and Shui Yu smiling again, he inexplicably relaxed. The haze that had been suppressing in his heart for a long time was swept away. Looking at each other, Yang Kai and Shui Yu immediately understood. Putting Xia Ningchang down again, Yang Kai said, "Lie down properly. Wait for your husband to go kill some people, and help you vent your anger." As he turned around, his clothes were pulled. Xia Ningchang was lying on the bed looking at him with a frightened expression. Her eyes made his heart ache. She was afraid that Yang Kai would leave and never come back like last time. She was afraid that everything just now was just a dream. If that was the case, she would rather not vent her anger. She would rather have him stay by her side than leave her. Yang Kai patted her hand and said, "Don't worry, I will be back soon. This way, you can count to 100, and I will reappear in front of you." "What if I don't come back?" Xia Ningchang asked. "I will definitely come back." Xia Ningchang nodded gently, loosened her hand and closed her eyes. Yang Kai gave Shui Yu and Meng Wuyu a look, and they stepped out. Lu Yan stood outside the door and looked up at him. Yang Kai patted her head and said, "Stay here and look after her." Lu Yan nodded obediently. Meng Wuyu frowned slightly. He didn't know why Yang Kai asked a little girl to stay here. And he didn't even understand the relationship between the two. Could it be that she was Yang Kai's daughter? It had to be said that Lu Yan's image could easily lead to such misunderstandings. But even if she was Yang Kai's daughter, there was no trace of cultivation on her. So what could she do by staying here? After a while, they stepped into the outer hall. Meng Wuya said anxiously, "That group of bastards seems to be escaping from Great Desolate Star's territory. Young boy, tell me what to do." It was because he noticed that the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory was fleeing that he hurriedly went to find Yang Kai to discuss countermeasures. While they were talking, they had already arrived outside the hall. A group of people were looking up. Following their gazes, Yang Kai immediately saw streams of light flying out from all directions, escaping into the star field. There was no lack of huge starships among them. Sure enough, as Meng Wuya said, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory was escaping Tongxian realm. Yang Kai sneered. "Escape? Where can you escape to?" He had planned to deal with the cultivators on Great Desolate Star after meeting with Xia Ningchang and Shui Yu. But he hadn't expected them to flee like birds startled by the twang of a bow. "But do you think you can escape death like this? Little senior sister's pain will be repaid 100 times, 1,000 times over." Everyone looked at him. Although he had just returned, when he stood here, he was everyone's backbone. Stretching out his hand, he pointed to the sky and said in a low voice, "Entangle them, no need to fight, just don't let them escape easily." Everyone was shaken when they heard this and agreed in unison. "Wait!" Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone turned to look at him, only to see that the person who spoke was the current leader of Purple Star, Ziwuji. Yang Kai glanced at him and frowned slightly. He didn't know him. "Greetings, big brother Yang, this one." Yang Kai interrupted him. "If you have something to say it quickly." A trace of displeasure flashed across Ziwuji's eyes. Although he knew that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, having reached the second-order Origin King realm several dozen years ago, and having gone to a mysterious place, he was still the master of Purple Star. Although he was living under someone else's roof, his own strength was not bad. Now that they were facing a powerful enemy, every bit of strength he could offer was extremely precious. Whether it was Shui Yu, Xia Ningchang, Meng Wuya, or the others, all of them had been polite to him over the past few years. Yang Kai's sudden display of strength naturally made him unhappy. Restraining his thoughts, Ziwuji said, "Great Desolate Star's territory has many people. As far as I know, there are several third-order Origin Kings. And now there are more than a dozen starships escorting them. With just the few of us, I'm afraid we'll be like sheep in a tiger's den." Chapter 3153. What's more, they are already on the verge of fleeing, so why bother provoking them? This is what it means to not pursue a cornered enemy. I ask Brother Yang to reconsider. "Are you done?" Yang Kai looked at him. Ziwuji nodded. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him, and instead raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Entangle them for me." You. Ziwuji was stunned, not having expected this person to be so stubborn as to not listen to persuasion. To a certain extent, Yang Kai's concerns weren't wrong. Although Nine Heavens Holy Land had gathered a large number of masters, and many of them were of extremely high grade, compared to the lineup of the Grand Desolation Star Field, they were still somewhat lacking. If Yang Kai really chased after them, not only would he fail to kill the enemy, he would also be in danger of losing his own life. The best way to deal with this situation was to respond to all changes by simply allowing the people on Great Desolate Star to leave, giving them a chance to catch their breath. After all, 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, so there was no need to worry about not having a chance in the future. Ziwuji's efforts to persuade Yang Kai were simply playing the lute to a cow. However, Ziwuji couldn't help cursing in his heart. "Since you're so stubborn, I'd like to see who is willing to accompany you in your madness." But soon he was stunned, because as soon as Yang Kai gave the order, Li Rong and Han Fei both nodded, and turned into two streaks of black light that shot straight up into the sky, followed by all the ancient demon clan members. Meng Wuya, an old demon, followed closely behind. Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air turned into two streaks of light, one purple and one blue, that entwined with each other. One figure after another rushed out without the slightest hesitation or doubt. In the blink of an eye, only the people from Purple Star and Sword Union remained in front of the hall. Have they gone crazy? Ziwuji's face was blank. Yang Kai's eyes turned back, pierced through the void, bent his knees, bowed and shot out, disappearing in an instant. "Brother Z, let's also go help them," Gu Jianxian suddenly said. Ziwuji turned to look at him. "Brother Gu, have you also gone crazy?" Rushing forward now was tantamount to throwing away their lives. The others might have been fine, but the key was that Gu Jianxian had also made such a decision. Because of their circumstances, Yang Kai had developed a sense of appreciation for Gu Jianxian over the past few years, so he could not understand why Gu Jianxian would act so unwisely. Gu Jianxian smiled. "If you're not a mad demon, you won't survive." The quaint long sword in his arms trembled incessantly, making his blood boil. He couldn't wait to have a big fight, and released the sword intent accumulated in his body. Sword cultivator specialized in the Tao of slaughter, and he had been holed up all these years. He felt that his heart of the sword had been worn down quite a bit. Although the current situation was not optimistic, it gave him an endless desire to fight. Regardless of whether he was wise or not, at this moment, he only needed a big battle to vent his anger. Gu Jian's heart and sword became one as he shot out like a bolt of lightning. The left and right sword attendants followed him without saying a word. Ziwuji's eyes twitched. No matter how thick his skin was, he was too embarrassed to remain here alone. So he could only call out to the Purple Star cultivator to rush forward, while secretly making up his mind to only fish in troubled waters. If he found that the situation was not right, he would immediately flee. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left in front of the hall, and the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land fell silent. "Little senior sister, thank you." Yang Kai laughed loudly, his fists like dragons, a storm of fists bombarding downwards. He did not intercept the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, because he had more important things to do at this moment, which was to deal with the 7-8 Desolation Spirit Arrays. These 7 spirit arrays were like 7 malignant tumors, growing on Tongxian Realm. If they were not removed, they would erode the vitality of Tongxian Realm and Xia Ningchang. Even though Yang Kai had stabilized Xia Ningchang's situation with the leaves and sap of the immortal tree, these 7 spirit arrays still needed to be dealt with first. Yang Kai wanted to rush to the location of these 7 spirit arrays as quickly as possible. But while he was flying, his body suddenly became light, and he appeared here, teleporting hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. This was obviously the work of Xia Ningchang. She was the star master of Tongxian Realm, so it was not a problem for her to teleport a person here. Although she was still recuperating in her room at this moment, she obviously realized Yang Kai's plan. so she decided to help Yong Kai with the power of the Star Master. This was also her way of saving herself. Down below was one of the 7 black dots. Logically speaking, the situation should be no different from the largest black dot that Yong Kai had destroyed before. But at this moment, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star seemed to have done something, causing the black dot to spread wildly in all directions. The huge black dot was constantly devouring the surrounding land, and an extremely uncomfortable aura was being emitted from it, as if it was connected to the underworld and purgatory. Boundless fist shadows slammed down and rushed into the black dot. In an instant, black chi tumbled, like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, causing an unpredictable chain reaction. The expansion of the huge black dot suddenly stopped, followed by a violent explosion, and a black halo shook the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. Yong Kai withdrew his fist, took a deep breath, and looked down. The black dot was no longer in shape. Although it had expanded a lot, its color had dimmed. No matter what the cultivators of the Grand Desolation Star Domain had done before they left to make this 8 Desolation subformation erupt with such power, it was still a spirit array. As long as this spirit array was broken, these black dots would no longer be a threat. As time passed, the heaven and earth aura would assimilate and nourish them, and these black clouds would disappear one day. Without waiting for Kai Yang to look around, his body suddenly became light again, as if he was being held by an invisible hand. When that invisible hand put him down, he was already in another place, and below him was another black dot that was rapidly spreading in all directions. Yong Kai did the same. Next, little senior sister, don't tire yourself out. If you feel any discomfort, don't force yourself. Junior brother's cultivation is heaven-defying now, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to travel quickly. Right, I forgot to tell you, Suyin is fine. I've brought her back. She's probably with Aluo now. When this matter is resolved, we'll return to Shadowed Star together. When the time comes, we'll be reunited and have a good chat. Again and again, Yong Kai kept talking to himself. Although he did not get any response, he knew that Xia Ning Chong had been paying attention to him and was helping him at the critical moment. Such help undoubtedly saved him a lot of time on the road. Although Tongxian realm was not too big, in his current situation, it would still take him some time to deal with the 7 black dots. With the help of the Star Master, all of this became simple. However, this was a bit of a burden for Xia Ning Chong. Her condition had just stabilized, so it was not appropriate for her to use too much strength. In less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the 7 black dots were removed, and the 7 spirit arrays were destroyed. Yong Kai smiled lightly. Good little senior sister, you should rest. Leave the rest to me. A breeze blew past, and something seemed to leave Yong Kai's side. Yong Kai knew that Xia Ning Chong had been paying attention to him. Yong Kai looked up, and his gaze instantly became as sharp as a sword, no longer as gentle as before. High up in the sky, above the clouds, blood and corpses were thrown down as one figure after another was entangled in a fierce battle. Although the forces gathered by 9 Heavens Holy Land were not weak, compared to the lineup on Great Desolate Star's territory, it was not as good as the one on Great Desolate Star's side, so it quickly fell into a disadvantage. On Great Desolate Star's side, there were as many as 4 third-order origin kings. If Xi and Xian Ming, who was killed by Yong Kai, was included, there were 5. Although most of them had just broken through, third-order origin kings were still third-order origin kings. So how could they be so easy to deal with? Xueyu alone was entangled with one person, the Netherworld Sect's 3rd elder. Among all the masters on Great Desolate Star's territory, this person was the strongest. Both were third-order origin kings, but Xueyu was full of vitality, while the 3rd elder was old and vigorous. For a time, they were evenly matched, and with the power of their artifacts and secret techniques, neither side could do anything to the other. The strongest against the strongest, this was the best way to deal with this situation. Otherwise, if the 3rd elder were to take action, no one on 9 Heavens Holy Land side would be able to resist. Meng Wuya and the old demon were each entangled with a powerful enemy, but they were both being beaten into a corner. In a short time, Both Meng Wuya and the old demon had suffered some minor injuries. Facing the methods of these third-order origin kings, they could only engage in a roundabout battle, unable to engage in a direct confrontation. Hu Jiao and her sister's sword harmonization technique, and although they were both only first-order origin kings, their situation was much better than Meng Wuya and the old demons. Two blue and purple sword lights crisscrossed and weaved into a huge sword net that enveloped the last third-order origin king on Great Desolate Stars territory, making it impossible for him to escape. Li Rong, Han Fei, Gu Jianxian and his two sword servants, Qian Ning and Enling all of them were fighting fiercely, keeping Yang Kai's orders in mind and entangling their enemies, not allowing them to escape easily. Since you dare chase after us, I'll make you all die. The third elder forced Shui Yu back with a palm strike before laughing loudly and quickly retreating. The other masters on Great Desolate Stars territory seemed to have received some kind of order and quickly distanced themselves from their opponents. One of them even diving deep into the sword net created by Hu Jiao and the old demon to pull his companion out. Third elder stood high up in the sky, his face filled with anger as a sinister grin appeared on his face. Behind him, the dozen or so starships lined up in a row, their crystal cannons flashing white light as they aimed directly at the Nine Heavens Holy Land cultivators. Escaping was just a pretense. Their biggest goal was to lure the snake out of its hole. And now it seemed that this goal had been achieved. The well-prepared starships only needed a single round of fire to blast this group of Nine Heavens Holy Land cultivators to smithereens. Victory was in sight, but Third Elder's heart still palpitated slightly as he felt that something was wrong, making him extremely uneasy. His eyes swept across the crowd, but he did not see any strange faces worthy of attention. Who was it that broke the 8 desolate array core and killed the vice sect master? Oh no! Meng Wuya shouted in a low voice, his face turning pale. The dozen or so starships lined up in a row were like vicious beasts that would devour a person without spitting out the bones, giving off a strong sense of pressure. When the crystal cannons flashed, a great sense of crisis filled everyone's hearts. Chapter 3154. Starships had always been a powerful weapon for attacking cities, and crystal cannons were even more powerful. How much damage could a dozen starships and hundreds of crystal cannons display? Even Netherworld Sect's third elder could not easily predict. The only thing he was certain of was that Nine Heavens Holy Land could not stop them. Shui Yu and the others could not stop them, but they had no choice because behind them was Nine Heavens Holy Land and Tongxian Realm. If they avoided these attacks, it would be Nine Heavens Holy Land and Xia Ningchang who would be attacked. Xia Ningchang's situation had only just stabilized, so if he were to be shot by these hundreds of crystal cannons, it would only make things worse. Shui Yu's figure flickered, her long hair fluttering behind her as she stood high up in the sky. One by one, figures gathered around her, forming an impenetrable defense around her. Third elder was overjoyed and shouted, "Since you don't want to hide, you can all die." Waving his hand, he ordered the cannons to fire. The light from the crystal cannons was extremely dazzling as the energy they released reached its peak. With a loud bang, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The expected scene of crystal cannons firing together and destroying the world did not appear. Instead, an aura so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate rapidly approached from behind. The third elder suddenly turned his head, and then his eyes started to tremble. He saw a young man with fluttering black hair rush out from the side and crash into the dozen or so starships on Great Desolate Stars territory alone. Compared to the huge starships, this person's figure was like a firefly compared to the bright moon, filled with a tragic and resolute aura. However, when this person hit the starships, the defenses of the starships themselves were like paper to him. The third elder casually waved his fist, and a huge hole appeared on the side of a battleship. With a violent sound, sparks flew in all directions, and miserable cries could be heard from the inside as life was extinguished one by one. In the blink of an eye, this young man rushed out from the other side of the starship and headed straight for the second one. He was like a meteorite falling from the sky, piercing through one Origin King-grade starship after another with unparalleled momentum. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk every battleship was emitting explosive sounds. By the time he rushed out of the last battleship, none of the dozen or so battleships were intact. The crystal cannons that were originally shining with dazzling light had become extremely unstable at this moment, their light flickering. Rumble, one of the battleships suddenly exploded, engulfed by the flames. The gigantic body of the battleship collapsed, emitting creaking sounds as it slowly fell downwards. Another battleship was engulfed in flames, the third ship, the fourth ship. In just a few breaths of time, more than a dozen warships were wiped out. All the cultivators on the territory of the Great Desolate Star were scared out of their wits. A chill ran down their spines from head to toe. They felt chills all over their bodies, and their hands and feet were icy cold. Everyone looked at the young man with fear in their eyes. What kind of person was this? He had actually destroyed a dozen warships so easily. Was this still something that could be done by a human? A thought flashed through the third elder's mind as he cried out involuntarily. It's you! He had been wondering who had broken the 8 Desolation Array core, and who had killed the vice sect leader Xan Xianming. It was not until now that he had seen this shocking method that he was suddenly enlightened. It's him. It was definitely him. There was no one else who had the ability to destroy the 8 Desolation Array core and kill the vice sect leader. Who is this? How could he be so powerful? Shuiyu breathed a sigh of relief. She had made up her mind that even if she had to die here, she would not let those crystal cannons hit Tongxian realm. She had not expected that he would arrive at the critical moment, instantly giving her someone to rely on. These ups and downs made her heart tumble, and a proud look appeared on her face. This is the man I chose. Gu Jianxian looked absent-minded, and the corners of his mouth were full of bitterness. No wonder my long sword gave me a warning. Has this guy become so strong? When they first met, his cultivation was not even as high as his own. Although Gu Jianxian knew that he had a promising future, he did not expect him to be so far ahead of him in just a few decades. He had left Gu Jianxian in the dust. What is his cultivation now? Is it comparable to the legendary great emperors of Starfield? No wonder he asked me and the others to entangle the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory. With the strength he has shown so far, even if everyone on the Great Desolate Star territory swarmed him together, they would not be his opponent. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse because of the arrival of one person. Many of the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory turned ashen. Facing this young man, they did not even have the courage to fight. Kill. Yang Kai coldly spat out a word. When he spoke, he was still in the same place, but when his voice fell, he had already appeared on the other side. The third elder only saw a vague shadow pass through his camp, and before he could react, the other party had calmly left. The third elder was startled, and instinctively felt that he had just walked through the gates of hell. Asterisk chi. Asterisk there was a strange sound, and many of the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a scene that made them tremble in fear. A headless corpse was standing in the air, blood spurting out from its neck like a fountain. The corpse still maintained a defensive posture, but its head was nowhere to be seen. Turning his head stiffly, the third elder saw the corpse's head, but at this moment, it was being held in the hand of the young man who had suddenly appeared. The expression on its face was blank, as if it did not understand what had happened even after its death. That was a third-order Origin King. The master who had just fought with Meng Wuya and beaten him into a pulp was now directly beheaded by Yang Kai. No one saw clearly how he did it. Kill! Shuiyu shouted. The anger and resentment she had accumulated over the years, and even the guilt she felt towards Xia Ningchang all erupted at this moment, turning into thick murderous intent, as she took the lead, and rushed towards the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory. How could the rest of the cultivators hesitate? After witnessing Yang Kai's methods with their own eyes, they immediately knew that there was no possibility of losing today's battle. So all of them used their movement skills and leapt out. The battle began again, but the situation had been reversed. The cultivators on the Great Desolate Star territory were deterred by Yang Kai's power and had lost all will to fight, while Nine Heaven's Holy Land charged forward with unparalleled anger. The result of this battle was already decided from the very beginning. Yang Kai did not remain idle either. Xia Ningchang's torture was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, so how could he not collect some interest? Like a tiger descending from the mountain, Yang Kai pounced towards the third-order origin kings, sending out a series of palm strikes and punches. These third-order origin kings, who were usually arrogant and insufferably arrogant, exploded into blood mists one after another, completely unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, only the third elder remained. The third elder looked around in horror, not knowing that he had already lost. This person's strength was something he had never seen before, and no one in the Starry Sky territory was his opponent. In a flash, his opponent had already arrived in front of him, only half a meter away. Before he could withdraw, the third elder was grabbed by the neck and lifted high up. He was unable to circulate his Saint Chi at all, and even his bones felt like they were being crushed. Only when facing this person personally did the third elder fully understand the horror of this person. When I wasn't at home, you were quite happy. Yang Kai looked at him coldly as he exerted a little force in his hand, ending the third elder's life. Wait! The third elder shouted with a red face. Yang Kai grinned fiercely. If you have any last words, speak quickly. If you don't speak now, you won't have the chance. The third elder, on the other hand, shouted fiercely. Let me go, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly, say it again. The third elder coldly said, Your Star Master. Don't you want to go back and see how she's doing? If nothing unexpected happened, she should have been captured by now. Activating the 7-8 desolation arrays and luring the snake out of its hole was just one of his preparations. He also had a second one, which was to deal with Xia Ningchang. 9 Heavens Holy Land's masters had all been dispatched, so at this moment, their defenses were practically non-existent, so there was no possibility of failure in this plan. Unfortunately, before he had time to use this trump card, he was the only third-order origin king left on his side. In his heart, he cursed Yang Kai for acting so decisively and ruthlessly. He had only wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, but who knew he would end up attracting a man-eating tiger instead? Really? Yang Kai tilted his head. You can go and confirm it. My netherworld sect has fallen today, so this old master doesn't ask for anything else. If you let me live, I'll spare your Star Master. Idiot! Yang Kai exerted force in his hand and separated the third elder's head from his neck. Blood splattered everywhere, and the head that flew into the air had a look of disbelief on its face, as if it still couldn't figure out what was going on with Yang Kai. I've already told him the truth, doesn't he need to confirm it? His thoughts were cut off, and he fell into eternal darkness. Yang Kai stood midair and swept his eyes over everyone, curling his lips as he muttered. Sure enough, it's hard to guard against a thief in your own home. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered Long Tianshang's warning before he lost his mind. It seemed that Long Tianshang had learned some secrets before he was refined into a heavenly corpse. Glancing at 9 Heavens Holy Land below, Yang Kai raised his brow. Forget it, I'll go back later. He was not worried about Xia Ningchang's safety at all. This third elder had calculated everything, but he would never have imagined that Lu Yan was guarding Xia Ningchang. With little Lu Yan here, who could hurt Xia Ningchang? Yang Kai attacked again, his figure shuttling through the void, killing one master after another from Great Desolate Star's territory. Many people saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. But how could Shui Yu and the others let them escape so easily? They all used various methods to intercept. Coupled with the fact that the number of masters on Great Desolate Star's territory was decreasing as the battle went on, it soon became a massacre. After just half an hour, the battle was over. None of the cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory survived, and all of them were killed. As for 9 Heavens Holy Land's side, except for those who died when they tried to intercept them at the beginning, After Yang Kai came to support them, no one was injured. Most people were covered in blood, some of their own, some of their enemies, all of them gasping for breath. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Kai Yang, filled with admiration and amazement. Everyone was very curious, just how strong had he become? Today's battle seemed to be just a casual move, not his full strength at all. Chapter 3155. Just as the cultivators of Nine Heavens' Holy Land and the cultivator on Great Desolate Star were engaged in a decisive battle above the clouds, a sneaky figure suddenly appeared in the empty Nine Heavens' Holy Land. This figure wore a purple robe, giving off an aura of incomparable magnificence. Ziwuji. He did not follow Gu Jianxian out, and instead returned to Nine Heavens' Holy Land after fainting with his spear. Gu Jianxian and the others were focused on fighting the enemy, so how could they pay attention to his small movements? Although the Holy Land was under the protection of Xia Ningchang, and outsiders could not invade, Ziwuji was still one of them, so the impregnable defenses of the Holy Land were nothing to him. Ziwuji returned to the main hall with ease, muttering under his breath as if he was cursing something, his face filled with hatred and resentment. A moment ago, he had received a secret order that put him in a difficult position, but for the sake of his life, he had no choice but to go all out. If he succeeded, not only would he be able to save his life, but he would also be able to get close to Xia Ningchang, killing two birds with one stone. Ziwuji carefully approached the inner hall, while trying to conceal his aura. He knew that in the eyes of a star master, it was impossible to hide his whereabouts, especially when he was so close to her. However, the premise was that the Star Master was in good condition and had the strength to perceive the situation around her. Xia Ningchang's condition was very bad, getting worse and worse with each passing day. Ziwuji had confirmed this with Gu Jianxian earlier, so even though he was a little nervous, he still had some confidence he would succeed. After crossing the inner hall, Ziwuji soon arrived at a room not far from the main hall, and after turning a corner, he was overjoyed. The door of this room was open, and there was no trace of any spirit array. The heavens are really helping me. Before he could rejoice though, a burst of crisp and pleasant laughter suddenly reached his ears. Ziwuji was taken aback and froze in place, because he recognized that this laughter belonged to Xia Ningchang, and although she was still quite weak, she was obviously not as bad as he had imagined. What happened? Logically speaking, shouldn't she be lying in bed and not even have the strength to speak? How could she still laugh? Then who is the one who is laughing with her? In an instant, Ziwuji decided to retreat. Although he could not disobey these orders, if his life was in danger, he had to consider whether he should carry them out. A thought flashed through his mind, and he remembered the identity of the person who had spoken to Xia Ningchang. That 7 or 8-year-old girl. She was the only one who didn't leave out of all the people who came in earlier. It seemed that it was her. Ziwuji breathed a sigh of relief. It really was a false alarm. If it was that little girl, there was no need to worry too much. The only thing he had to worry about now was Xia Ningchang's condition. If he had the strength to laugh, would he have the strength to mobilize the power of the stars? If that's the case, I'm afraid I'm not a match for him. Just as he was hesitating, Xia Ningchang's voice suddenly rang out. Come in if you have something to say. Why are you hiding outside? Cough, cough. What are you doing? He had been discovered. Ziwuji was startled at first, but his mood quickly calmed down. Since Xia Ningchang was not unconscious, it was natural for her to discover him. After all, he was so close to her. Moreover, listening to her voice, he could tell she was really weak. After struggling for a moment, Ziwuji immediately made up his mind, and no longer concealed himself, hurriedly rushing towards the room while shouting, Sister Xia, something bad has happened. As he rushed into the room, a look of anxiety appeared on his face. Xia Ningchang's face changed, and she could not help straightening her body from the bed as she asked anxiously, What's wrong? Ziwuji said bitterly, Brother Yang, he. Ha. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, deliberately tantalizing the other party. Even though Xia Ningchang had doubts in her heart, she could not help turning pale and focusing her divine sense on the battlefield above the clouds. At that moment, Ziwuji suddenly launched an attack, purple light flashing from his palms as he sent them towards Xia Ningchang, unable to bear it any longer and saying, "Young lady Xia, please don't blame me. This Z was forced to do this, but you can rest assured that I won't take your life, it's just." Before he could finish his words though, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Because a small figure had suddenly appeared in front of him, a pair of clear black and white eyes staring at him quietly, without the slightest emotion, as if she was looking at a stone or a lump of dirt. This caused Ziwuji's heart to palpitate uneasily. "Scram!" Ziwuji shouted. Since he had already taken action, he would not turn back. This little girl did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, so I'll start with you. Sending out a palm towards Lu Yan's head. As his palm landed, Ziwuji passed by Lu Yan, but when he turned his head to look at her in shock, his eyes trembled. She was completely unscathed. This delicate little girl was actually completely fine after being hit by his full force. She still stood there quietly, and her figure didn't even sway in the slightest. A creepy feeling grew in his heart. Did I make a mistake? Before he could figure it out though, a fire snake wrapped around him and tied him up. So when Yang Kai finished dealing with the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory and returned here, he saw Ziwuji tied up in a corner shivering. The fire snake flicked its forked tongue in a ferocious manner, and although its flames were tumbling, it did not release any scorching aura, otherwise, Ziwuji would have been burned to ashes. "Sure enough, it's you." Yang Kai glanced at him, seemingly having expected this. Although Third Elder's words had not been clear, how could he not have guessed what was going on? Sweeping his eyes over the battlefield, Yang Kai guessed the meaning of Third Elder's words. Lu Yan tugged at the corner of his clothes and pointed to herself, indicating that this was her work, and then put on a praise me expression. Yang Kai rubbed her little head and said, "Well done." Lu Yan narrowed her eyes, a look of enjoyment on her face. "Oh, little senior sister, why are you sitting up? Quickly lie down." Yang Kai walked over to the bed and helped Xia Ningchang lie down. Xia Ningchang showed a smile and said, "I'm fine." With the nourishment of the immortal tree's essence, Yang Kai had broken the 7-8 desolate subarrays and prevented the spread of the ink spot poison. She felt much better than before. She should have been recuperating, but she was very curious about Yang Kai's experiences outside over the years, so she sat up and pulled Lu Yan to talk to her. Lu Yan also sympathized with her, and only talked about some of the interesting things Yang Kai had experienced outside, not mentioning the dangers he had faced over the years, which naturally made Xia Ningchang laugh. "Have you counted to 100? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and scratched her nose. Xia Ningchang said, "Not yet." How could she really count? She was only focused on chatting with Lu Yan. Yang Kai laughed. "It seems that I didn't break my promise." While talking, Shuiyu also walked in from the outside, and when she saw Ziwuji, she was startled and asked, "What happened?" Ziwuji cried and begged, "Sister, you save me." Shuiyu frowned as she looked at him, then at Xia Ningchang. Although she didn't know the cause and effect, with her intelligence, she quickly guessed what had happened and her pretty face suddenly sank. "How dare you do this?" Before this, there had been no warning at all. It wasn't that Ziwuji had hidden himself well, but that in the past few years, coupled with his identity, no one had expected him to seek refuge on Great Desolate Star's territory. But now that she thought about it, this person did seem to have some suspicions in the past few years. "I didn't mean to, I was forced to do this." Ziwuji showed a bitter expression. "It's just a simple barrier." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yang Kai had not carefully examined Ziwuji before, but now that there was a problem, he immediately discovered that there was a very hidden barrier on Ziwuji's body. The person who had placed this barrier was very skilled, and with the level of the cultivator in Great Desolate Star's territory, it would be impossible to find any clues without a close and careful investigation. Moreover, this barrier had been planted for at least 7 or 8 years. It seemed that when Purple Star was broken, This barrier had already been planted. Ziwuji said. If possible, how could I do such an unjust thing? Sister Xia has protected me for so many years. This Z is extremely grateful. But this barrier is difficult to break. This Z has tried for many years but still failed. If I were to be discovered, I would be tortured if... A ray of light suddenly shot out, interrupting his words. Ziwuji's face filled with shock as he thought Yang Kai was going to kill him. But after this light entered his body, he immediately felt his body lighten, as if some kind of shackle had been broken. With a thought, Ziwuji stared at Yang Kai in horror. The barrier planted by a master on Great Desolate Stars territory had actually disappeared. This should have been a joyous occasion. But Ziwuji couldn't bring himself to be happy at all. Instead, a deep sense of regret washed over him like a tide as he thought to himself that if he had told Yang Kai about his situation before, he would have already regained his freedom. And now, Ziwuji's lips moved, but no sound came out, only bitterness filling his mouth. Kill him, Yang Kai said coldly. No, let me go. Ziwuji screamed in horror. Lu Yan's thoughts flashed and the fire snake wrapped around Ziwuji immediately came to life, releasing a scorching aura. Wait, Yang Kai said again before winking at Lu Yan. Throw him out and kill him, don't dirty this place. Lu Yan nodded, controlled the fire snake, and flew out with Ziwuji. A moment later, a scream came from afar. Shuiyu shook her head and sighed. This was a true case of refusing to walk the road to heaven and barging into the gates of hell. Even though the overall situation was already set, he still insisted on seeking his own death. Purple Star had suffered one blow after another since several decades ago, so it was likely they would never be able to turn things around again. Although Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's current situation was not good, its foundation was still there. As long as it could recover those cultivation stars, there would always be a day for it to make a comeback. Little senior sister, you should rest. Yang Kai held Xia Ningchang's soft hand and put her down without any explanation. Xia Ningchang showed a helpless look and could only let him do as he wished, her cold little hand holding Yang Kai's hand tightly, as if he would disappear if she let go. Her red lips squirmed, but before she could speak, Yang Kai said, I'll stay here with you. I won't go anywhere. Xia Ningchang nodded before closing her eyes. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Shuiyu before opening his other hand with a smile. Shuiyu gave him a disgruntled look before walking up valiantly and leaning into his arms. Lu Yan pursed his lips and walked out unwillingly, but he still closed the door very softly. Chapter 3156. First, he met Su Yan by chance in the ancestral territory. Then he returned to Shadowed Star to quell the war. Then went to Monster Star to help Shanqing Luo. Now the connecting Xian continent had been settled. The people close to him were safe and sound, which was his greatest happiness. The rest could be dealt with slowly. Xia Ningchang had been suffering for many years, while maintaining the protection of Nine Heavens' holy land. When Shuiyu and the others occasionally went out to harass the cultivator in Great Desolate Stars territory, she also had to take care of them, so she hadn't had any real rest for many years. Now that her troubles had been resolved and Yang Kai had returned, she snuggled up to Yang Kai and soon fell asleep. With her current cultivation, she no longer needed to rely on sleep to replenish her spiritual energy, but she still fell into the most ordinary of slumbers. Her expression was serene as she curled up beside Yang Kai. It was unknown what she was dreaming of, but she actually revealed a faint smile. Shuiyu was lying on the other side of Yang Kai, the two quietly communicating with their divine senses, describing their experiences and lives over the years. A sweet fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, and although he had no lust for her, he couldn't help but kiss Shuiyu's red lips. Shuiyu stretched out her hand and blocked his lips, saying faintly, "If you don't solve Ning Cheng's problem, don't even think about touching me." Although Tongxian realm had been pacified and the cultivator in Great Desolate Stars territory had been beheaded, the damage Xia Ningchang had suffered could not be easily erased. Even though Yang Kai had used the immortal tree to restore her vitality, and also destroyed the 8 desolate spirit lock array, As long as Tongxian realm was not restored, Xia Ningchang would not be able to live in peace. Yang Kai scratched his head. It will take decades or even 100 years. Can you afford to wait? Shuiyu snorted. I don't mind. I'm just afraid you can't afford to wait. You underestimate me too much. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He had been in the star boundary for many years, and if he hadn't encountered a fire with Zhu Qing, he would probably still be a virgin. He wasn't a gentleman. He would be tempted by beauty, but he wouldn't go out of his way to have sex. Shuiyu said, You're also not allowed to touch Big Sis and Aluo. Yang Kai's face fell. Why do you have to do this? Sure enough, a woman's heart was the most poisonous. He had 4 women on his side. If he couldn't touch any of them, then what fun would there be in life? The path of martial arts was not only about the glory of cultivation. If Shuiyu and Su Yan's Shanqing Luo colluded, they might be able to convince them. No, they would definitely be able to convince them. Shuiyu snuggled into Yang Kai's embrace and said in a tender voice, Ning Chang is like this now. It's all my fault. As long as her problem isn't solved, I won't feel at ease. Husband, I beg you, please think of a way to help Ning Chang recover quickly. Yang Kai pinched her nose and said fiercely, If you dare to say the word beg again, I'll do you right now. Shuiyu spat. Yang Kai reached out and lifted her chin. Ning Chang won't blame you, so you don't need to blame yourself. If she was in your position, she would have made the same choice as you. Correspondingly, you won't blame her. But, no buts. Yang Kai smiled slightly and rubbed his head. But you really did give me a difficult problem. Solving Xia Ningchang's problem wasn't so simple. But even if Shuiyu hadn't said so, he still had plans. A few decades or 100 years, whether it was him or Xia Ningchang, was too long. He couldn't wait, and neither could Xia Ningchang. Husband, you don't have a way? Shuiyu asked with a sad expression. I was thinking. Yang Kai hesitated. And I thought of something. Shuiyu showed a look of pleasant surprise and looked up at him. If I do well, will there be a reward? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Shuiyu's face reddened, and she lowered her head and whispered, You only know how to play dirty tricks. Ning Chang is one of your people, so how can you ask me for a reward? It's really unreasonable. She pouted. Then what kind of reward do you want? Yang Kai reached out and tapped her red lips. Shuiyu glared at him, but took the initiative to straighten up and press her lips against his. After a while, Shuiyu suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's hand that was wandering under her clothes. She slowly shook her head. Xia Ningchang was still sleeping next to her, so how could she be so presumptuous? Yang Kai also didn't force her. He knew that she wasn't in the mood right now, so he pulled her into his arms and enjoyed this moment of peace. Xia Ningchang slept for 5 days and didn't wake up until 5 days later. Seeing Yang Kai sitting next to her in the same position as before, as if she hadn't moved at all these days, Xia Ningchang suddenly felt distressed and somewhat guilty. After 5 days of rest, her spirit had improved, but her problem had not been solved. The 2 auras in her body were entangled, one green and one black, but it was obvious that the green aura had the upper hand. She only needed to wait a few more days for the black aura to disappear. She didn't need to worry about her own problems. The only thing she needed to worry about now was Tongxian realm. However, over the past few days, Yang Kai had thought about a lot of things and had already come up with a plan. The reason why he hadn't acted immediately was because he wanted to wait for her to wake up, so she wouldn't be disappointed when she didn't see him. After spending some time with her, Yang Kai told Shuiyu to take care of her, then got up and walked out. Opening the door, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Lu Yan squatting beside him. After greeting her, the 2 of them walked out together. The hall was still crowded with people. A few days ago, they had killed the invading enemy, so the excitement had not yet dissipated. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Meng Wuya and the old demon immediately came forward to greet him. How is Ning Chang? Meng Wuya asked. Don't worry, little senior sister's condition is very stable. Over time, her situation will get better and better. Hearing this, Meng Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai looked around, glancing at all the familiar and unfamiliar faces before cupping his fists and saying, "Many thanks for your help over the years." Meng Wuya laughed and scolded, "Smelly brat, don't treat us like outsiders." Yang Kai said seriously, "Although Tongxian Realm's crisis has been resolved, the situation in the entire star territory is still not optimistic, so there may be areas where I will need your help in the future. When the day comes that all the enemies in Tongxian territory have been swept clean, this junior will hold a banquet to celebrate." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into contemplation. They had been trapped in Tongxian realm for the past few years, so they didn't know much about the situation in the outside world, but they could imagine that the outside world wasn't very good either. "So, I ask you all to hurry up and cultivate. Perhaps we will soon begin a new expedition." Saying so, Yang Kai threw a space ring to Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya caught it and swept it with his divine sense, immediately showing a look of shock. The space ring was filled with a variety of cultivation materials, and these things were obviously extremely precious, many of which Meng Wuya had never seen or heard of before. Although Meng Wuya hadn't examined them carefully, such a huge amount of materials was enough for thousands of people to use for several years. With the help of these materials, everyone's strength would definitely usher in a glorious period in a short time. I'll have to trouble Senior Meng to distribute these things. Next, I will open a communication channel between this place and the outside world. When the time comes, we will be able to connect Water Moon Star, Monster Star, and Shadowed Star. 1 month, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, I ask you all to follow me out. 9 Heavens Holy Land also had a space array arranged by Yang Kai, and together with Lu Yen, Yang Kai quickly modified and upgraded this space array to connect to the outside world. After instructing Lu Yen to stay behind, Yang Kai stood on the space array and activated its power. After a flash of light, he disappeared. On Water Moon Star, Yang Kai's figure appeared in the main hall and saw a young girl sitting cross-legged with a lot of source crystals piled up around her. She seemed to be cultivating. The young girl obviously felt something and hurriedly opened her eyes, raised her head, and called out in surprise, "Lord Yang. Yuqin, are you alone?" Yang Kai smiled at her. The young girl was Lu Sanyang's daughter, Lu Yuqin. Although her cultivation was nothing in the star boundary, in the territory of this side of the star, it was quite good. Staying here to guard the space array would ensure that it would not be destroyed and robbed. Lu Yuqin was obviously much more cheerful than before. Her small face flushed as she nodded. "Mother said that this space array is very important to Lord Yang, and told me to stay here and not let anyone get close." "Where are your parents now?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yuqin said, "They are in the city." Saying so, she pouted, "They are ignoring me." Yang Kai laughed. "They are reunited after a long separation, so it's inevitable that they are a bit lovey-dovey." Lu Yuqin snorted. "They stick together all day long, so annoying." Although she said so, she obviously did not blame them. On Dragon Island, she and Lu Sanyang depended on each other for survival, and suffered all kinds of bullying. Now that Li Jiao was by their side and taking care of them, Lu Yuqin was also happy to see this. So how could she blame them? "Okay, you cultivate carefully, I will go find your parents," Yang Kai said and released his divine sense slightly, immediately determining the location of Li Jiao and the others. In a hall somewhere in the city, Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, Ruan Baiting, and He Yunxiang were gathered together. In addition, there were many unfamiliar faces, but all of them were origin kings. These people looked at Li Jiao and the others, especially Li Jiao, with eyes full of admiration and worship. There were quite a lot of people, more than a dozen. They seemed to be discussing something as Li Jiao sat at the head of the table, bored and absent-minded. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so being placed here by Yang Kai to reclaim Water Moon Star was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After splitting up with Lu Sanyang and the others, it took him less than a month to complete the task. However, after reclaiming it, he still had to work hard. After all, he did not know whether Water Moon Star was important to Yang Kai, but things here were simply meaningless to him. so he would rather go sightseeing with San Yang. The Origin Kings present here were all Yang Kai's subordinates when he was subduing Water Moon Star. These masters were originally from Water Moon Star, or Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and over the years, they had been hiding and fighting against Netherworld sect, but after being awed by Yang Kai's strength, they had all submitted to him. Chapter 3157. The door to the hall was suddenly pushed open, and a man stood up and shouted, "Who goes there?" They were discussing important matters here, so who dared to disturb them so presumptuously and barge in without notice? Looking up, a young man stepped in. At first glance he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Just as he was feeling confused though, a gust of wind blew past him, and Li Jiao greeted him in surprise. "Brother Yang." Lu San Yang, Ruan Baiting, He Yunxiang, and the others also stood up and saluted. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Over the past month, most of them had witnessed the shocking means of Li Jiao and the others. He Yunxiang was only a third-order Origin King, and although she was strong, her strength was limited. As for the remaining three, whether it was Li Jiao, Lu San Yang, or Ruan Baiting, their strength was unfathomable. In front of them, Origin Kings were like children that could be crushed at will. How could anyone who could receive such solemn treatment from these masters be ordinary? After taking a look, a few people let out a soft cry of surprise, revealing a look of surprise. They obviously recognized Yang Kai. In the past, Yang Kai had also come to Water Moon Star and met many people. Even after several dozen years had passed, this memory had not faded. Shui Yu's husband, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's son-in-law, and the Master of Shadowed Star. Any one of these titles was enough to attract their attention, but now he actually recognized these masters. Moreover, looking at the attitude of these masters towards him, it seemed they were quite respectful and even grateful. Suddenly remembering Li Jiao's casual remark that the reason why they were here on Water Moon Star was because they had been entrusted by one person. Now it seemed that this person was Yang Kai. For a moment, everyone couldn't help feeling excited. "Brother Yang, I have lived up to your expectations. This cultivation star has been recovered, and all those miscellaneous fish have been cleaned up." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Thank you for your hard work. And I came here this time because I have something to ask of you." Li Jiao smiled and said, "Brother Yang, if you have any instructions, just say it. There's no need for the word request." Yang Kai twisted his fingers. "Lend me some money." "Ah." Li Jiao was stunned. "Lend me as many source crystals as you have. I'll return them to you when we reach the star boundary." Only then did Li Jiao confirm that he had not misheard and burst into laughter. He hurriedly took off his space ring, transferred the source crystals into another space ring, and handed it to Yang Kai. Only these. Although he was the master of the Fire Dragon Palace, it was impossible for him to bring too many source crystals with him. After all, the Fire Dragon Palace also needed to develop, and the cultivation of the disciples required a large amount of source crystals. If he took away all the source crystals, the sect would not be able to operate. What's more, Fire Dragon Palace owed a huge sum of money to High Heaven Palace, and more than 90% of the source crystals in the palace had been used to pay off the debt. As such, he only had a few 100,000 high-rank source crystals in his space ring. The number of mid-rank and low-rank source crystals was slightly more, but it was not in line with his identity as a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. In short, he had been living a tight life for the past 2 years. "I have some here." Lu San Yang stepped forward and took out his own source crystals. Yang Kai did not mind and took them all. Ruan Baiting and He Yunxiang were helpless in this matter. In fact, Yang Kai had worked hard in the star boundary over the years and had accumulated an incalculable amount of source crystals, but most of them were left in High Heaven Palace. Even though he had a lot on hand, for his next plan, the more source crystals the better. No matter how much he had, it would never be enough. "May I ask, brotherly, have you dabbled in the Tao of Spirit Arrays?" Yang Kai put away the source crystals and asked. Li Jiao said, I'm not a master, but I know a thing or two. Good, come with me. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed his arm before leading him out. Li Jiao was speechless. He did not know why Yang Kai was in such a hurry, but he did not resist and simply signaled to Lu Sanyang, telling her to wait here. Through the space array, Yang Kai and Li Jiao returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land together. Come. Yang Kai leapt into the air. Li Jiao followed closely behind. After a short while, the two flew 1,000 kilometers up in the sky. Yang Kai pointed down and said, "Brother Li, take a look." Hearing this, Li Jiao looked down and couldn't help frowning. Looking around, the entire Tongxian realm seemed to be wrapped in an uncomfortable aura. And on the surface of this cultivation star, there were many obvious traces of poison. Brother Yang, what do you want me to do? Li Jiao vaguely understood Yang Kai's plan. Yang Kai asked, "Is there any spirit array that can quickly restore this cultivation star's yuan qi?" Li Jiao pondered for a moment before saying, "This Li knows a kind of spirit array called the Profound Heaven Spirit Array. It may be of some help to Brother Yang." Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Li to arrange the Profound Heaven Spirit Array." Li Jiao said, "The Profound Sky Spirit Array is divided into a few types, namely the 18 Profound Sky Spirit Array, the 36 Profound Sky Spirit Array, the 72 Profound Sky Spirit Array, and the highest level is the 108 Profound Sky Spirit Array. The resources required for each type are greatly different, and the requirements for setting it up will also increase with each level, but the effects will also become better and better. If this was the star boundary, this Li would be able to easily set up the 108 Profound Sky Spirit Array. But here, I can help." Li Jiao laughed in spite of himself and said, "Brother Yang, you also know that this world rejects higher-level powers. We need to suppress our cultivation in order to move around here. But isn't it the same for spirit arrays? The Profound Heaven Spirit Array's existence already surpasses this world. So I'm afraid that even if I arrange it, it will still be useless. What if we can obtain the help of the Star Master? This cultivation star has a Star Master." Li Jiao was greatly surprised. This cultivation star was in tatters, and its world energy was dried up. Even if it had a Star Master, it was likely that he was already beyond cure. So he didn't even think about this before. Now that he heard Yang Kai say this, he suddenly realized something. Yang Kai wanted him to arrange a spirit array to restore this cultivation star's yuan qi, so he was afraid that it wasn't for this cultivation star, but for that Star Master. Understanding, Li Jiao said, "If we can obtain the help of the Star Master, then this matter is very promising." The Star Master was the master of this world, so even if the Profound Heaven Spirit Array was rejected by this world, the Star Master could eliminate this rejection and allow the Spirit Array to operate. Then what kind of Profound Heaven Spirit Array does Brother Yang want this Li to arrange? Naturally, it would be the best. Li Jiao said in surprise. The amount of materials required is not a small number. 108 Profound Heaven Spirit Array. Even the Fire Dragon Palace might not be willing to arrange it, so it wasn't worth it for a cultivation star from the lower plane. Yang Kai resolutely said, "At all costs." Saying so, he tossed the space ring in his hand to Li Jiao for him to inspect. Li Jiao probed it with his divine sense, and immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Inside, source crystals were piled up like mountains, simply too many to count, and all kinds of cultivation materials were dazzling. Even as a sect master, Li Jiao couldn't help but feel his blood boil. In comparison, the source crystals he had just lent to Yang Kai couldn't even be considered a fraction. After the shock was horror. Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace had been established not long ago, and had no business, so it was impossible for him to earn so many source crystals. His only source of income was fighting and looting everywhere. These piles of source crystals and artifacts represented the enemies Yang Kai had killed, and the sects that had been flattened. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Fortunately, he had not fallen out with Yang Kai back then. Otherwise, the Fire Dragon Palace would not have had a good ending. "Is this enough?" Yang Kai asked. "If it's not enough, I still have an or load on hand. It's enough, it's enough. Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. If so many materials were not enough, it would be unreasonable. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Li. If you need any help, just ask. Naturally. And I also need Brother Yang to tell the master of this star that this Li needs some cooperation from her. Good. Immediately, Li Jiao took out a few blank jade slips and used his divine sense to inscribe the various essences of the profound sky spirit array before handing them to Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned to Nine Heavens Holy Land to inform Xia Ningchang of this matter, while Li Jiao needed to fly around Tongxian realm to carefully survey the situation there before deciding where to set up the spirit array. The profound sky spirit array was not a very mysterious spirit array in the star boundary, but it had many variations. With Xia Ningchang's perception, it was naturally not difficult for her to comprehend its mysteries. Yang Kai also accompanied her to comprehend it. After a few days, they were familiar with it. On this day, Xia Ningchang suddenly sensed something and smiled. That person is here. Saying so, she waved her hand gently. Li Jiao was wandering outside Nine Heavens Holy Land, thinking about how to enter or call Yang Kai to come out and pick him up when the thick fog in front of him suddenly split to the left and right, revealing a passage for him to enter. Li Jiao immediately stepped in. Inside the main hall, Yang Kai was waiting. Seeing Li Jiao come in, he hurriedly asked, "Brother Li, how did your investigation go?" Li Jiao replied, "Although it took some time, it shouldn't be a problem." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "That's good. I'll tell Brother Yang where to set up the spirit array. The preliminary preparations need to be done by Brother Yang in advance. When the spirit array foundation is refined, we can start setting it up directly." While speaking, Li Jiao took out a jade slip and stretched out his hand to touch it. After a flash of light, a projection of a round sphere was projected from the jade slip. This sphere was mostly occupied by yellow and blue, and was not evenly distributed. At a glance, Yang Kai recognized that it was a projection of the entire Tongxian realm. Yellow naturally represented the earth, while blue was the land filled with water. It seemed that Li Jiao had spent a lot of effort in the past few days. Not only had he run all over Tongxian realm, he had also painstakingly drawn such a map. Although he did not dare say it was 100% accurate, it was not far from the mark. After identifying the location, Yang Kai pointed to a certain place and said, "Brother Yang, please take a look. This is where we are now." Yang Kai nodded, recognizing that it was the location of Nine Heavens Holy Land on Tongxian realm. Chapter 3158. This place has the richest world energy and the most perfect world principles on the entire continent. It can be used as the profound sky spirit array core. Li Jiao waved his hand, and a red light spot immediately appeared on the projection of Nine Heavens Holy Land, as if it had been marked by him. The people of Great Desolate Star had been running rampant on Tongxian realm for several years now, so Nine Heavens Holy Land was indeed the only place left unscathed. What's more, Xia Ningchang was here, so it was the most suitable place to use as the spirit array core. Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he would remember this. Li Jiao waved his hand, and 8 small black spots immediately appeared on the projection of Tongxian realm, matching the location of the 8 desolate spirit lock array that had been broken by Yang Kai. Li Jiao said, "These 8 places suffered the most severe poison. If this Li's guess is correct, someone should have arranged a spirit array in these 8 places. If we want to restore the yuan qi of this star, these 8 places must be treated with great importance." Brother Li's words are reasonable. Li Jiao raised his hand again, and red spots appeared on the spherical projection one after another. This Li has been running around for a few days, and has investigated some places. In total, I have chosen 108 places to arrange the spirit array. Besides the spirit array core and these 8 places, there are 99 other places. No matter which one it is, Brother Yang needs to go there personally and bury enough source crystals in these places. When the spirit array is activated, these source crystals will be transformed into world energy by the spirit array to nourish this star. Wonderful. Yang Kai clapped his hands and praised. He had been studying the 108 Desolate Spirit Array with Xia Ningchang these past few days, so he had some understanding of its operation and layout. At this moment, after listening to Li Jiao's plan, he suddenly felt that it was very feasible. If Xia Ningchang wanted to recover quickly, she had to rely on the transformation of Tongxian realm. Perhaps she could obtain a Star Master's reverse nourishment like Yang Kai did on Shadowed Star, pouring the power of the stars from the outer heavens into Tongxian realm. If that was the case, there would be no need for a profound sky spirit array. However, Xia Ningchang's cultivation was not high enough, so it was impossible for her to achieve what Yang Kai had done. The Star Master's reverse nourishment was too far away for her. Yang Kai was able to easily achieve this because his own realm had far exceeded the limit of Shadowed Star's cultivation. If Brother Yang feels there is no problem, then this Li will do as he pleases. Thank you, Brother Li. Li Jiao gently nodded, pausing for a moment before continuing. There is one more thing this Li needs Sister Lu Yan's help with. Yang Kai's spirit lock. Li Jiao needed to refine a variety of spirit arrays, so Lu Yan would be able to help, lest she become bored and idle all day. The two of them immediately handed over the materials. Yang Kai took the source crystals and handed the remaining materials to Li Jiao to handle. These were the materials he would need to refine the Heavenly Profound Spirit Array's foundation. After dividing up the work properly, Yang Kai didn't stop and immediately found a suitable place in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, lifted his foot and smiled. Little senior sister, please lend me a hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the solid ground beneath his feet suddenly turned into quicksand, and he continued to fall without any resistance. Yang Kai didn't move at all. He didn't panic at all as he silently calculated his position. A moment later he called out to stop. By then he had already sunk 10,000 feet into the ground. He took out a large number of origin crystals and scattered them, filling the depths of the earth. This point in Nine Heaven's Holy Land would be the array core of the Profound Sky Spirit Array, so the demand for source crystals was particularly high. Although Yang Kai didn't count them, he left behind 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals before stopping. 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals was a huge fortune even in the star boundary, not to mention in the territory of the lower plane. The only thing circulating in the territory of the star boundary was crystal stones. Even the best crystal stones were worth less than a low-rank source crystal. If the world energy contained in these 1,000,000 source crystals was drawn out, it could instantly transform Nine Heaven's Holy Land into a paradise not inferior to a sect in the star boundary. After he finished arranging the array core, he immediately flew up and turned to another place. After a stick of incense worth of time, he compared the information in the jade slip in his hand and stopped at a location. This place was the periphery of a city. However, the city, which should have been noisy, was now deserted and dilapidated. Obviously, it had been abandoned. Yang Kai called out to Xia Ningchang again and did the same thing, leaving a large number of source crystals here. In the following days, he ran around Tongxian realm, according to the instructions in the jade slip given to him by Li Jiao, making the preliminary preparations to arrange the array. In the desert, in the depths of the sea, in the jungle on the plains, Yang Kai's busy figure was left everywhere. During the journey, he didn't let Xia Ningchang intervene. Although Xia Ningchang could teleport him anywhere in Tongxian realm with just a thought, doing so would consume some of her energy. Only when burying the source crystals did he ask Xia Ningchang for a little help. Along the way, he consumed countless source crystals and used almost 90% of the ones he had accumulated. It wasn't that he wasn't rich, but this matter was related to Xia Ningchang's future, so he wouldn't be stingy no matter how much he had. A few days later, after all 108 places were dealt with, scratching his head, Yang Kai communicated with Xia Ningchang, who had been paying attention to him, and jumped down to the ground. The ground parted, allowing him to pass through unimpeded. Soon he arrived at the Earth's core. This was the place where Tongxian realm's source was born. It was also the place where Xia Ningchang refined its source. It could be said to be the core of the entire Tongxian realm. Hot magma flowed, as if it could burn everything. Yang Kai raised his hand and pulled out a huge source crystal lode from the sealed world bead, and dropped it into the earth's core, sinking into the magma. Yang Kai only had this one source crystal lode, which he obtained outside Maplewood City. He had been using it in the sealed world bead to cultivate his embodiment, and had consumed a lot of it, but for the current Tongxian realm, it was still a huge sum of money. It was conceivable that with the help of so many source crystals from Yang Kai, the situation of the entire Tongxian realm would immediately improve when the profound sky spirit array was activated. Although it still needed time to repair and nourish it, it wouldn't take as long as a few decades. In other words, Xia Ningcheng's recovery period would also be shorter, perhaps a few years, or even 10 years, before he would be as good as new. And this was not all. As long as the profound sky spirit array continued to operate, the situation of Tongxian realm would become better and better, and the world energy would become richer and richer. At that time, this star would definitely grow to a level comparable to Shadowed Star and Watermoon Star. It would no longer be the same as before, where it could only breed a cultivator to the Saint realm at most. It could also breed Saint Kings, Origin Returning Realm, Origin Kings, all the way to the peak of the territory of this star. If it became better, the benefits Xia Ningcheng could obtain would also be greater. Filled with longing for the future, Yang Kai returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Li Jiao and Lu Yan were refining the spirit array's base. Even with Lu Yan's help, Li Jiao had consumed a lot of his strength at the moment. If not for the large number of spirit pills he had taken, he would have collapsed long ago. Yang Kai assisted him from the side. 2 months passed in a flash, and on this day, Li Jiao handed the last item to Yang Kai, his eyes hazy and a little dazed. I did not disappoint. The 108 profound sky spirit pillars had been refined, and his task had been completed. During this period, he had made several mistakes and wasted a lot of materials, but Yang Kai had made sufficient preparations, so wasting some materials was not a big deal. Yang Kai reached out and accepted the spirit array, thanked him, then raised his hand and sent Li Jiao into the sealed world bead, allowing him to rest and recover. Fiddling with the profound sky spirit pillar in his hand, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked towards the core of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, smiling slightly. Are you ready? A cool breeze brushed past his face, as if an invisible hand was stroking his cheek. This was Xia Ningcheng's response. Then let's begin. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and immediately came to the place where the source crystals were previously buried. Taking a deep breath, he pushed his emperor chi slightly, and threw the profound sky spirit pillar forward. His hands quickly formed a series of seals, as he pointed towards the profound sky spirit pillar. Streams of light disappeared into the profound sky spirit pillar one after another. The profound sky spirit bead that was falling down seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, as it grew longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, the 1-foot-long profound sky spirit bead had turned into a 1,000-meter-long pillar that even several dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. The complex patterns on the profound sky spirit pillar flickered as it fell straight down, as if an invisible hand was holding it and leading it to the ground. In Nine Heaven's Holy Land, countless people looked up with shock in their eyes. Although this profound sky spirit pillar was not an artifact, and was only the foundation of a spirit array, it still exuded an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Not to mention being hit by it, even a graze from it would likely result in death. The ground turned into a vortex, revealing a passage that guided the profound sky spirit pillar deeper. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, Array core pillar, buried 666 meters, exposed 333 meters, little senior sister needs to be careful. Silently, the profound sky spirit pillar continued to descend, and when it reached a certain depth, it suddenly stopped and the ground reformed, binding the profound sky spirit pillar tightly. 333 meters, no more no less. After Yang Kai checked and confirmed that there were no mistakes, he rushed to another place with Lu Yan following closely behind. The All-Heaven Profound Spirit formation was set up using the 108 Profound Spirit pillars as the base of the formation. The placement of each Profound Spirit pillar and the depth of its placement were extremely particular. The slightest difference could lead to a difference of 1,000 li. Fortunately, Li Jiao was still relatively familiar with this formation. It seemed that the mythical Dragon Palace had once set up this formation. However, it was not 108, but 72 All-Heaven Profound Spirit formations. Although the number was different, the foundation was the same, so there would be no mistakes in the information he provided. The Profound Sky Spirit pillars were refined by him and Lu Yin together, so as long as they were arranged properly, they should be able to smoothly open the spirit array. After 2 months, Yang Kai returned to the places he had been before, burying the Profound Sky Spirit pillars above the source crystals. It took Yang Kai 7 days to complete the 108 Profound Sky Spirit pillars. After that, he and Lu Yin went back and forth, cross-checking and confirming that there were no mistakes before returning to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.